week's Super Nitro. We are here at the Michigan International Speedway with the IR18 Indycars for race 1 of tonight. It's going to be a fun and chaotic race due to the sheer amount of speed and pack racing we are going to witness here. Practice wrapping up right now. We're riding along with several of our drivers. You got Luigi Diaz-Gonzalez on track. Looks like 16 drivers entered into the race currently before we start qualifying. Got Daniel Mosteller making an appearance, Aaron May, Josh Kenyon, Wyatt Blair. A lot of our regulars here in Super Nitro. So this race is going to be 40 laps. Everyone, I believe, gets unlimited sets of tires because I forgot to change it. Everyone gets one fast repair. It's going to be fun. Qualifying about to begin. See what we got on track. We got Cameron Face on track in that number 80 machine for MCM. So working his way down the back straightaway is Cameron Face, getting ready for his lap. Going to be going at incredibly high speeds here, up to 230 miles an hour just in qualifying trim. Be very fast at the draft. Pretty much everybody making a qualifying effort now. Lots of drivers throughout the field. A lot of good drivers here in this race. It's going to be a dogfight to the finish, I think, with just the sheer amount of talent we have in this thing. So Face working his way around in his first lap. Let's see, we got Chase Ingram going around into turns 1 and 2. Qualifying here in this car is very similar to a super speedway where you want to just get as much momentum as possible and then take the shortest way around on your fast lap. See Ingram's 01 McDonald's machine. It's really going to come down to taking a run when you can get it. The aerodynamics play a huge factor with these Indy cars, and it is crazy the runs you can get in the pack. And Ingram's going to put on the top of the board. And Face actually is going to get ahead of him as he completes his second lap. Ingram's still trying to beat him. He is on his second lap now. All the way down on the apron, down the front straightaway. Trying to get there. And not quite able to. And Benjamin Swoboda to the top of the board. And Modzalewski got to take it away from him. Quite a bit of back and forth with the pole position for this qualifying. See Austin Mitchell working his way out onto the track, driving, I believe it's a Will Power themed car. Got Libin Van Leer driving another car. Trying to see who that is. It kind of looks like a Graham Rahal car, but I think it might be a custom scheme. A little bit harder to tell who everybody is with all of these Indy cars. We don't use these a whole lot. Headed down the back straightaway. Very, very high speeds down the straightaways, and they just keep the momentum through the corners. And he's got to go to the grass, and a big hit for that 12 machine down the front straightaway. Not sure if that was on purpose or not, but that definitely doesn't help his starting position. Austin Mitchell now on track, trying to complete a lap. Looks like the last driver to complete a qualifying run. Headed down the back straightaway. And that's going to complete his run, coming up to finish in the 13th position. Appears that Mosteller and May decided to not qualify, so they will be starting at the back of the field for this one. So Modzelewski and Shiboda leading us to green. You got Luigi Diaz-Gonzalez in third, Cameron Face in fourth, Chase Ingram in fifth, and Jordan Jung in sixth. And then it's a real hornet's nest behind those guys with a lot of drivers who are very capable of getting a win tonight. A lot more overcast here. It's later in the afternoon for the race. 40 laps of action, with the lap times we've been having, that is not going to take a whole lot of time to complete this one. Everybody getting lined up on pit road. Got Brian Post in this race as well. Haven't seen him make any starts here. I believe this might be his first start. The 84, Facundo Ledesma. You got Kohler McGillen, who is not unfamiliar with getting into victory lane in these races. There we go. Run through some of our cameras for tonight. Mosteller going to be one you want to keep your eye on. They're starting in the 15th position. Very, very good at these super speedway style races. Always up at the front at the end of them. If there's anyone who's a real threat to win this race, it is definitely him. And here we go. All 16 drivers that entered are going to take the grid. Pretty decent sized field for the first time of us doing Indy cars. Following the pace car off of pit road into turns 1 and 2. We're going to get ready to rack them up and go racing here at Michigan. IndyCar, a little bit different than NASCAR because the cars are so light. Not really about braking and getting your car slowed down in the corners. It's really more about getting that clean air on the front end of your Dallara racing machine. Very important to get that clean air on the nose, or else you'll get tight, and coming off of the corners, that really will hurt your straightaway speed. And then going down the straightaways, it's all about building that run, getting that slipstream, and making the pass as soon as you possibly can before you get to the next corner. Modzelewski going to lead us to green. We will have single file restarts after the initial start of the race, similar to how IndyCar does their rules. So if we do get any cautions, they will be single file restarts. Here we go. Out of turn 4. Down the front straightaway. Green flag is out. We are racing here at Michigan. Modzelewski with a good start. But it looks like Cameron Face going to go to the outside. And we're going to be 3 wide heading into turn 1. Maslowski has the bottom. Side by side behind him. Already side by side and a huge hit. Not sure who that was. Cars crashing in the back. Trying to figure out who that was. That was Shibota. He's going to be destroyed. The only car involved, so we will keep it green. And we have a battle happening at the front. Jordan Jung trying to make a move on Maslowski for the lead. A little bit of a chaotic start to this thing. They're getting right next to each other, battling for the lead. A little bit of contact made coming off of turn 2. And through the middle goes Luigi Diaz-Gonzalez in a huge wreck. Austin Mitchell airborne. And that is everybody. Austin Mitchell went flying into the air down into turn 3. Mosteller involved. Facundo Ledesma also involved. Wyatt Blair involved. Chase Ingram as well. That was everybody. We need to take a look at the replay of what happened there. Did not expect them to start crashing like that this early in the race. So it looked like it started up near where Mitchell was. They're 3 wide for the lead for a moment, and he just makes slight contact with the tail end of Maslowski's car, I believe. And then that just set off a chain reaction, destroyed multiple race cars. A couple of them go airborne. McGillen able to slip through the chaos. Some big hits for a couple of these guys. See what happened to Ingram. Looked like he had it slowed down and then got hit from behind by Ledesma and spins up the track into Demos and going to make contact with Blair as well. Just trying to figure out. It looked like Mitchell didn't realize how much momentum he had compared to the guys in front of him. Which actually, that car that spun out initially was Jordan Jung, not Maslowski. A little harder with all these different paint schemes. That definitely threw a curveball into the way this race was going to be run. A big crash, a lot of cars on pit road. A few guys still trying to get to their box. We do let everyone get their laps back under caution, so I assume that these guys are just trying to avoid using a tow. Which that's Ingram, Blair, and someone else. They're not sure who that is. Just limping their way into pit road. At the front, Gonzalez, with that daring move for the lead, was able to get clear, and then all that chaos ensuing behind him made sure he had the lead. He has Maslowski behind him and Josh Kenyon running in the 3rd position. Brian Post in 4th and Libben Van Leer in 5th. Also have Colin McGillen behind them. And Aaron May in the 7th position. Every other car behind them is destroyed. Or at least had some kind of damage from that accident. Definitely a chaotic way to start this IndyCar race. It's always got to be very careful with these cars. They do not like to take damage. Well, looks like the lights are off on the pace cars. They're heading down the back straightaway. Still got some cars on pit lane, so not sure exactly what's happening here. Still have 3 drivers on the pit lane. They're headed through turns 3 and 4. You saw one of the lap cars getting their laps back. And we're getting ready to go racing once again here at not at Indianapolis, here at Michigan. Into the restart zone. Green flag is back out. We are racing here at Michigan. Single file restart. Pretty clean throughout the field. We got a little bit of a contest going for third. Josh Kenyon on the inside. Livin Van Leer on the outside. Still side by side. Kenyon goes to the inside. 3 wide for the lead into turn 3. Josh Kenyon to the lead. Has Modzelewski to his outside. Austin Mitchell behind. Mitchell dives to the inside lane. And we are 3 wide again for the lead. Mitchell using every inch of this racetrack. 1 car down to the bottom. Not sure who that was, and we got crashing behind. Trying to figure out who that was. Believe it was Ledesma. Someone was way down on the apron with cars coming out of the pit lane. You just can't do that. 5, 6 cars in the lead pack now. All of them taking every run they can get. Very aggressive racing for the lead. Austin Mitchell has it on the bottom lane. Kenyon gets a run, has to back off to not cause an accident. And Modzelewski to the outside of him. And Austin Mitchell gets very close to causing an accident there coming off of the corner. And we have cars everywhere down into turn 3. Looks like we lost a couple cars from the lead pack. Now it's Modzelewski and McGillen on the outside. Austin Mitchell still on the inside. And we are 3 wide for the lead again. Driving down into turn 1. Mitchell trying to take the shorter way around and get clear, which he will, but Modzelewski going to have a big run behind him. Looks to the outside. And Kohler McGillen looking to take it 3 wide to the outside. Side by side for the lead. Coming around to complete lap 9 of 40 here in race 1 of tonight. Josh Kenyon takes the middle lane. He's going to have the lead for the moment. Still contested by Mitchell. Mitchell making that bottom line work, and he is able to get clear. 2 cars on the bottom, everyone else on the top. Looks like they're going to be 3 wide behind the leaders. Mitchell doing a very good job of maintaining this lead so far, but Kenyon wants it, and he's going to try to get it. Getting a little bit of a push from Modzelewski, and we are side by side for the lead. Kenyon has that inside lane, which seems to work very well in 1 and 2 to get clear. But Mitchell takes the run, and we are still side by side. Kenyon's going to get put 3 wide on the bottom. Modzelewski in the middle, and the outside lane has the advantage. Down the front straightaway to complete the next lap. Oh, we got a crash. 1 car around. That's Modzelewski coming off of turn 2. A single car accident, so we're going to keep it green. The lead pack mostly gone, and Brian Post now trying to make a move for the lead. 3 wide for the lead. Going to go back down to 2 wide. Only 4 cars left in this lead pack, but there's 3 more coming at a high rate of speed now. One of them being Mosteller, who is a lap down. Actually the same as Mitchell, who has been dicing it up with the leaders. He's been trying to get his lap back, which explains why he was fighting so hard. I was wondering why he was making some of the moves he was. I didn't realize he ended up a lap behind because of having to repair his car under the caution. Aggressive moves at the front. Mitchell trying to maintain the being on the lead a lap. McGillen wants the lead, and Brian Post does as well. And Josh Kenyon able to sneak through and get the lead in turns 3 and 4. Very aggressive racing out of everyone as we're working on lap 15 of 40. Brian Post has the lead now. A little bit more space. Getting the draft off of Austin Mitchell. Dives down to the inside. Able to get clear of Mitchell's car. They're trying to build a run behind him. Kenyon has the momentum. Looks to the inside. And we are 3 wide for the lead. Post and Kenyon side by side. Kenyon trying to throw, it looks like a little bit of a side draft. Very, very close together. It gets tight coming off of the corner, and they make contact with Austin Mitchell, who gets into the wall. Everybody keeps it straight, and we are still green from Michigan. Kenyon now trying to follow that number 64 machine of Post. McGillen behind him. They split Post 3 wide into turn 1. And Kohler McGillen going to the lead. This has been some incredible racing out of these guys here at Michigan. Just very, very aggressive. Kenyon down to the inside once again. Trying to challenge for the lead. McGillen on the outside. Followed by Brian Post. And Luigi Diaz-Gonzalez coming back into the picture. Also bringing Aaron May in that black and green number 10 machine. Only 5 cars on the lead lap, the rest all trying to unlap themselves. And it looks like Brian Post got into the wall coming off of turn 2 that time. Side by side. Mitchell gets back into the front to get his lap back. Fighting very hard in case we do have a caution. McGillen leads that bottom line, able to get around Mitchell. Josh Kenyon in second in line, and Brian Post in third. Kenyon looks to the inside, headed into turn 3. Side by side for the lead once again. And Mitchell's going to put him 3 wide. Back down to 2, and Brian Post has a run. Looks to the inside, and he's going to take the lead. Trying very hard to get around Mitchell. Mitchell has been very fast here in the pack and just generally aggravating these leaders during their battle. Kenyon looks to the inside. Tries to make it 3. Not quite able to get there. Brian Post has to lift for Mitchell. And we're side by side for the lead again. And Austin Mitchell down to the inside. Now mostly single file at the top. 4 cars in a row. 2 more catching up. With Aaron May on the lead lap and Daniel Mosteller 1 lap behind. 3 wide for the lead again. Josh Kenyon in the middle lane. Kohler McGillen on the top lane. And Josh Kenyon going to have the lead. Dives down the track to get a little bit of a draft from Austin Mitchell. And Kenyon regains control of the race. Just past halfway now as we begin lap 22 of 40. The moves are just going to only get more aggressive as the time winds down here. And we already are at a very, very high level of aggression. And Brian Post makes a move to the inside, down the back straightaway, and he's going to take the lead. Kenyon has none of it. He's trying to get to his outside, and Daniel Mosteller with a huge run to get his lap back. He's going to drive away as we head into turns 1 and 2. Mosteller now on the lead lap. His only hope for a win here is if we get a caution. Kenyon back to the lead. Post and McGillen side by side for second. Austin Mitchell, another one of those drivers fighting to get his lap back. Kenyon goes around Mosteller. Those two side by side. Brian Post trying to build a run. McGillen has to lift. He's going to drop back to the tail end of this pack and move Aaron May into the 4th position. Kenyon still has control as we get mostly single file throughout this lead pack of cars. Post looks to the inside down the front stretch. Not able to get the momentum he needed. Still trying to make a move to the inside. Just doesn't quite have all the draft that he needs right now. Mitchell makes contact with the wall. Kenyon looks to the inside of Mosteller once again. And there's single file now getting clear of Demos, who drops all the way to the tail end of this pack. And Austin Mitchell makes contact with the wall. He's going to go around. Comes to a stop in the middle of the front straightaway. Everyone able to get around him cleanly. And Luigi Diaz-Gonzalez to the lead. Kenyon now fights back on the inside lane. Brian Post up to second. Gonzalez in third and Aaron May in fourth. Post makes a daring move to the inside. And he's trying to get clear as we head into turn one. Has the momentum. Able to get there, and Brian Post back to the lead. Single file down the back straightaway now. Austin Mitchell out of the picture. 2 laps down. Was fighting for his best shot to get back on the lead lap and just lost control of it. Demos in the prime position now. If he could get back around the leaders to get his lap back, his hope's still hinging on a caution. Gonzalez down to the bottom lane, trying to get around Post. McGillen on the outside lane, following in line. Kenyon with an aggressive block as we head into turns 3 and 4, and they're side by side for second behind him. Gonzalez all the way down to the bottom of the track. Post makes contact with the outside wall. Still side by side for the lead. Post gets a run. Goes to the inside of Kenyon. And we are still side by side for second. Eventually able to get clear. And Post to the outside of Gonzalez for the lead. 3 wide for the lead. Back down to 2. And Kohler McGillen now in the picture. These 4 cars putting on one heck of a show right now. 3 wide for second. Kenyon has to back off and get back into line. Everyone's still racing. Got to be 3 wide once again. And Brian Post makes contact. That's going to take off the front wing of Kenyon's car. And the caution is out. That just took out half of the main pack of cars, so the admins throw the yellow so we can get everybody back together again. Going to be less than 10 laps to decide the winner of this race. Once we get back to green after this caution period. A few cars still are actually able to be in contention here. With Ingram and Jung both 3 laps down, which they should be able to get their laps back under this caution. Modsluski also going to get his lap back, along with Mosteller. So we should have 10 cars on the lead lap. Gonna take a look at the replay of what happened there. It just looked like Post got into the wall and then Kenyon had nowhere to go because of how slow he was going. Post in that green number 64 machine. And actually, he just comes down the track right in front of Kenyon, who has a huge head of steam. Makes contact, destroys the front wing of Kenyon's car, and puts Post into the outside wall. Surprised that didn't happen sooner with the aggression that was throughout that lead pack. Which we now head back live to pit road, which is a very busy place. Everybody trying to get some fresh rubber for the finish. Everyone's still working their way back onto the lead lap during the caution. And it appears like Kenyon has the lead. Must have been able to get down pit road and use his fast repair and get back out before everybody else. So here we go. 8 laps remaining. Gonna be even less once we get back to green. It is definitely go time now. If you had anything left in the tank, or if you were riding around trying not to take runs, you have to use them now. As Mosteller back down pit road. Actually, I believe he's down pit road the first time. Looked like he changed some his tires. Kenyon leading the field, but Mazalewski leading according to timing and scoring, so not sure why those don't line up. Getting closer to sunset here at Michigan. Everybody, all these drivers ready to put on a great finish for everyone watching the stream tonight. Here we go. Lights are off on the pace car. The field working their way around that top lane for this single file restart. Everyone on the track has a chance to get the win here, and it looks like Ingram has spun behind. The race still goes back green with Josh Kenyon in control. A wild block thrown behind. One car looks like it lost its front wing already. And those two at the front get very far ahead of the rest of the field. Kenyon and Gonzalez at the front. Kenyon swerving to break the draft all the way off of the track. Modzalewski and Aaron May side by side fighting for the third position. Those two trying to get a run back to these leaders who have almost over a second lead right now with only 6 laps remaining. Gonzalez to the outside of Kenyon, trying to get around for the lead. May, Modzalewski, McGillen, and Jung all catching the leaders at a high rate of speed. And they are side by side. Nearly off of the track as Gonzalez takes the lead. Kenyon follows in his wake, trying to get a run, looks to the outside, and we are side by side once again. A huge pack of cars behind these two, waiting to get into their draft. They are catching rapidly. Kenyon off of the track once again to break the draft, followed by Gonzalez, and Aaron May is there. On the bumper of Gonzalez, to the inside, Aaron May to the second position, coming to 4 laps to go. May looks to the outside of Kenyon, trying to take the lead, going to get followed by Gonzalez, thinks about making it 3 wide, doesn't have the momentum, and Modzelewski to the outside for third. Now 3 wide for third as Jordan Jung makes it 3 wide. Contact made, everyone keeps control, and we got about 8 cars in the front pack fighting for the win. 4 wide into turn 3, 1 car on the apron, able to save it, but contact is made and everybody's around. McGillen around, Modzelewski, Post and Ingram fly to the scene of the accident. Mosteller able to make it through. Jung is destroyed, and that's going to end his chances of a win tonight. I'm not sure who it was, but one car entered the track all the way down in the grass, and then it looked like he saved it, but it just made all of these other cars not give each other enough room. So not sure who that was. That was the 12 of Libben Van Leer all the way down by the grass. Kenyon reacts to avoid him, drives up the track, and then there's just nowhere to go. They're already 3 wide. Modzelewski with a big shot to the wall in that yellow car. McGillen spins in a circle. I don't know if he actually hit anything or if that was a evasive maneuver. Jordan Jung also hard into the outside wall, which it looks like the wall grabs him here and just throws him in a circle. Something strange with the physics there. McGillen backed it into the wall. Modzelewski destroyed, and everyone else able to make it through. A very lucky break for Chase Ingram, who spun his tires on the restart and actually spun out before we even took the green. So you see Modzelewski limping his machine back onto pit road. So about 5 or 6 cars still in contention here. Aaron May able to get his car repaired. Must have saved his fast repair to the end, so he is still in contention. Most of the other cars were involved in previous accidents. So it looks like we're only going to have about 8 cars involved with the finish here. Which we have now reached our first of 2 overtimes with that wreck. Overtime rules on Super Nitro. We get 1 overtime, or we get 2 overtime attempts. If there is a caution on before we take the white flag on the first attempt, we will go to a second attempt. And upon the second attempt, the caution will not be thrown despite what happens. So it will be green to the finish. It is a sudden death overtime, meaning we could have the entire field destroyed, but it's just whoever gets to the line first when we're in the second overtime. Once we do take the white, though, it is official. No cautions will be thrown, and the race will play out naturally. Always something to keep a factor on. It has played out with drivers very far back in the running order winning the race due to all the leaders crashing. The lights are off on the pace car. The field working their way through turns 1 and 2. And McGillen out of the pits. He's going to get his lap back, and he might be a factor here for the finish. Here we go. Now, this is where things get crazy with these types of finishes. 2 laps to make a move. Gonzalez leads the field to green, has Van Leer behind, and Josh Kenyon in third. Mosteller in the 4th position, and Chase Ingram in 5th. Everyone single file for the restart. The pace car makes the hard left turn down pit lane. Single file through the whole field. Into the restart zone. The green flag is back out for overtime here at Michigan. Kenyon makes a move to the inside of Van Leer, trying to get clear to set up the run into turns 1 and 2. Has the momentum and dives to the inside. Josh Kenyon to the point. Van Leer to his outside now. They will be side by side, and Mosteller, Ingram, and May coming into the picture. Side by side headed into turns 3 and 4. Daniel Mosteller to the inside, going to get the 2 for 1. He leads them back to the line. Headed to the white flag. One more time around here at Michigan. Kenyon to the outside, Mosteller to the inside. Side by side. Into turns 1 and 2. Gonzalez behind them with Chase Ingram in 4th. Gonzalez looks to the inside. He has the momentum. Down all the way below that white line. Ingram to the outside. 4 wide for the lead. Gonzalez has the lead, but he's going to make some contact, and Ingram into the wall. Gonzalez has it. Does Demos have anything to get to him? Demos trying to draft off of Gonzalez. Going to get to the rear bumper of that machine, but it's not going to be enough. Gonzalez gets the victory here at Michigan. 0.07 of a second to separate him from Daniel Mosteller to get his first Super Nitro victory. A very hard-earned victory as well. See Brian post to his outside to congratulate him. What a finish. They were 4 wide on the apron down the back straightaway on the final lap. Gonzalez gets it done. Mosteller in 2nd and Chase Ingram in 3rd. Those 3 will receive points towards our summer championship. And Gonzalez there doing his victory burnout. What a finish. We're going to have to take a look back at that while we try to get everyone into the booth. A very exciting finish to this opening race of the night. Which, let's take a look back at that finish as we try to get Gonzalez up into the booth for an interview. So, I'm going to take a look at the replay here of that final lap. I'm not even sure where Gonzalez came from on that final lap. It seemed like he was pretty far behind everybody. All the way back in the 4th position going into the turn 3, it looked like. Or actually coming out of 2 in the 3rd position. Makes the move to the inside of Kenyon. Then they get 3 wide on the track, and he is not even anywhere near the track. Van Leer also goes down to the inside and then makes some contact with one of the cars. Actually drives straight into the back of Gonzalez, makes contact with him, gets into Ingram, and all 3 of those cars bounce into the wall, which I'm not sure what happened behind to get Ingram the lead. And Van Leer and Kenyon make huge contact on the last corner, which now we're going to get Luigi into the booth.
Hello.
Congratulations on that win. That was insane.
I know it was.
That was some of the best racing I have seen on the sim in a long time. You went way further than I expected without crashing.
Well, I said this before in the voice chat I was in. You know what? Screw it. I will. My yeah. I'm struggling to like put the words together, but like in this race, when I realized I was at the front, I was like, damn. If Kenyon's gonna go down in to the bottom of the racetrack, willing to take the to break the draft that much, I might as well try something like that later in the race.
Well, it definitely worked.
Yeah. Told everyone in the my voice chat multiple times, you know, screw it, I'm going for this. If I will kill myself going for this race. I don't know if that's like trying to say that on live or on stream, but yeah.
Well, I mean, I
I was gonna,
appreciate the effort. Makes it more fun to watch.
yeah. Yeah. So what you want to talk about?
Well, did you get involved in any of those accidents there early in the race? Because there was a lot of destroyed race cars.
Surprisingly not, but I did get some love taps and rub with a couple guys here and there. I think I have the cleanest car to anyone else in the field. I'm not gonna lie. Besides maybe Demos, of course, but
Well,
I think
Demos
Demos maybe
got
used the
caught up
fast me.
in 2 different crashes, I think.
Yeah, I think I kept it clean the entire race. I lost the lost the race on pit road once, but yeah. So that's all I could say.
Well, thank you for coming up in the booth. Congratulations. I believe this is your first Super Nitro win.
Yes, it is. It's this is I think also my first or second race here.
Always happy to have more guys get in their first wins. So, anybody you want to shout out here while you're in the booth?
Let's see. Let me shout out Jordan Jung, Cameron Face, Austin K. Mitchell, Chase Monzalewski, Matthew Post. I guess LeBron Van Leer, even though he was a bit of a nut job this race. Uh, that's really all. I raced with some of these guys in both asphalt, R2R, SimStar, and some other leagues here and there. So yeah, get a bit familiar with the field.
Well, thank you for coming out and participating tonight. It always makes it better having more drivers. Good luck if you are running the next race.
I know I will. Thank you. All right.
Looks like we also have Chase Ingram up in the booth, which you managed to finish in the 3rd position because it looked like Kenyon and Van Leer were having a severe disagreement.
Yeah, we might have to talk about that after the race. Or after the stream.
What did you think of that race? It looked like it was really fun to...
It would have been a lot more fun for me if I wasn't trapped 4 laps down for half the race, because I got ran over when that first wreck happened, and then had to try and crawl it back to pit road at a measly 7 miles an hour. Only for my engine to blow, and so I had to have 2 minutes of towing. Which now that I think about it, I feel like it would have been faster to tow. Oh, that was me, Jordan Jung, and someone else, I think. Yeah, it was Facundo Ledesma that ran me over.
It looked like he was kind of on the apron already. So actually, I think my mic might have been off. When I updated OBS, it messed up everything. So, on to Talladega.
Daytona.
You know, you wouldn't think I'm the guy that makes these schedules, given the way that I do these.
Yeah, I mostly came into the booth just to tell you, just to make sure you do everything right.
Well, we are working on getting this race up. Thank you to everyone watching now. I hope you enjoyed that. That was probably one of the best races we've had. Definitely going to be clipping that and putting that out on our social media platforms or my social media. Something random just started playing on my computer. Okay, so Daytona. Got to double check what I said the distance was going to be. 35 laps. It is a custom aero package, so it should be a little more manageable.
Remember, 90% horsepower. And also to upload the setup.
Currently doing that. I was supposed to do tire change rule with 2 tire sets, but I forgot in the first race, which didn't really affect anything because the Indycar, if you wreck, you are just dead.
And my tires didn't really wear that much, although I wasn't in the draft, but
It saves your uploaded setups. I didn't realize that, so I don't have to upload it again. I just can click on it immediately.
the Daytona version of the setup.
But you're right. Which, did I put that in? Dang it, you're right. Because I put the Talladega. So now I gotta fix all that. These using setups is helpful but annoying at the same time.
I wish it was easier to do.
So, stock car 87.
I wish you could just, just when you want to select a setup, you can just go into your file folder and
wait, I had to
select
scan it for
correctly.
setups. Which these are probably the only 2 setups we're ever going to use for this car, so this probably won't be something that becomes an issue again.
I mean, we could try the package at Atlanta.
I don't know how that would handle because of the way that this car is.
It'd definitely be tight.
This car does not like to turn. At all. So, working on getting this corrected. We are going to make it a night race just because I am a sucker for night racing.
Night racing is cool.
It is Nitro Night, so we got to stick with the theme. Hopefully we can get a better feel. Last time we did this package, it was really, really fun to watch, but we only had 5 cars make an attempt to start.
I think Aaron May wants a race. Like in general.
Oh, boy. For those of you who are the viewers, you can't see the Discord. Aaron May has decided to spam "Where is the race" like 100 times in a row.
We're only 5 likes away from the goal.
Like the stream, everybody. We'll do race 4. We'll come up with a fun combo, which, to be honest with you, I'm still not sure what it is yet, but we will do it. Probably going to be Super Speedway. Probably going to be something random. So, night race. Just double checking I did everything right. Let's make it only partly cloudy.
90% horsepower.
Yep, we gotta double check that. And I think we're just gonna do double file restarts for this one. like
Yeah.
normal. Although the single file is interesting, and I guess we could do a.
I feel like we should only use that for IndyCar for safety reasons. Although we didn't have an incident, but that's because we
We
had.
also only had 16 cars though.
Yeah.
Which kind of mitigates that problem because there's only a couple people. Which the Discord server is currently rioting. Somebody wants. Well, it's somebody. It's just Hayslip. He wants Xfinity at Talladega for race 4.
Could do
How
that.
many laps did I say? Was it 35? That's the last thing I got to double check. 35 laps, 15-minute practice.
Alright, so you put the right setup on.
Yes.
You put 90% horsepower on all the cars.
Yes.
Okay.
I think we are good.
As you can see, LDogg is very forgetful, so I have to remind him.
I'm good at commentating and bad at running a league. So the session currently going up now. I have bought it. What's your game plan going into this race, Ingram?
First time we've done this with more than 5 cars, hopefully.
We already had a pretty good turnout for race 1. Which I gotta get my overlays running again.
Also, you said how I have to get first, second, and third to catch Marty.
You've got
I've
him
got
third. Well, first, second, and third was the bare minimum to tie with him, or actually to pass him by 1 point.
No, it'd be catch. I'm behind by 16 points.
Oh. So, I mean, you just got to go out and win 2 races in a row.
Yeah.
Because I don't think Marty's going to run any of them tonight. Unless his plans changed. Which the server still won't let me in. I don't understand how these hosted sessions work.
Me, Bombo.
What's wrong?
I bought the session, but it won't let me in yet.
Give it a minute.
I don't want to give it a minute. You clearly don't want to give
Gonna
it a
have
minute
to.
since you're rioting.
Well, I was just wondering where the session is. It's been a little bit, so I was just wanting to see what's up.
Bro, the iRacing UI is so slow now when you register.
Password is LDogg once again. Which I did remember to ping everyone for this race. I know I'm bad about that. Thank you to everyone who's tuned in to the live stream so far. We feel like we've been treated to some pretty good racing to start off the night. I know that this one is going to be fun as well. Just always chaotic putting these guys on a super speedway. I already have some drivers filing in, a lot of our series regulars. It's going to be a couple more minutes, and then we will go back sim side, and you won't have to look at me sitting in front of my green screen.
We already have 6 drivers.
You've already surpassed the previous race attendance by several vehicles. So working into the session, 35 laps. With this package, which is very, very fun to drive, you will be tandem drafting, or at least driving more like the end of the Gen 6 era is what it reminds me of most. Because you can make moves with 2 cars, but you can also make moves with 1. It just encourages passing and general insanity.
And you're still going to be going over 200 most of the time.
It does
'Cause,
seem
like,
like
on your-
handling becomes a factor as well, which is very good to see. Just always spices things up.
Yeah, towards the end of the run, at least at Talladega, it got tighter, but since we're at Daytona, it's going to be even tighter. Although, I mean, Daytona's got newer asphalt, so we'll see.
Probably gonna be some crashes as well. Always gotta keep your eye out for those.
We'll have to see if we get any blowovers.
You're definitely going fast enough. We just, again, with 5 cars, no one really spun to the inside. They all kept going head on into the outside wall.
Someone would have to get turned around really quickly and then stay backwards when they're at full speed in order for it to happen.
That was better that way. I feel like it looks so ridiculous when you'll have a crash with the normal package and they're going full speed and there's 5 different cars flying through the air.
Yeah.
Stellar gonna start this race. Also have Modzalewski returning from the previous race. We have Austin Rez, who I believe is making his first start. Never recognize that name. We also have Xander Hayslip, who seems to be pretty good at these super speedways from what I've seen. Always up at the front, mixing it up. We got Gonzalez, who won the last race just moments ago. We also have Derek Hitt making his first start in a minute. We have you, of course, driving the number 01 Michael Jackson bad car.
Who's bad?
Which, let's see, we still have 7 people watching. I think we might have peaked at around like 10 viewers already, so that's pretty good. Hopefully we'll keep having some more filing while the stream keeps going.
Austin Mitchell just died.
Oh boy.
Alright, time to see how it drives.
So already got some tandem drafting going. We're gonna switch back sim side. Got the 22 of Hayslip working with Aaron May. So they're just practicing here. There's Ingram working his way back out onto the track. Which I guess you can stay for the practice if you want, but I'll let you go back to general for qualifying.
Yeah. That's what I was planning to do.
Wyatt Blair driving that beautiful 1987 Dale Earnhardt machine. Well, not, or Goodwrench machine, not Dale Earnhardt machine. Always nice to see that black number 3 working its way around the racetrack. We got Modzalewski driving the number... It's Gonzalez driving the blank number 44 machine. Which actually has headlight decals on it, which is very strange looking.
Yeah, these cars don't have headlight decals as they weren't mandated by NASCAR until 1995.
Even then, half the cars didn't use them. Because there's some weird pictures of the Fords in like 1997 where they just don't have headlight decals still. And the Pontiacs too. They used to just do tape outlines of where the headlights go. Which we got a 5-car train working its way down the back straightaway. These guys are being very aggressive in the practice, feeling it out. Wyatt Blair gets turned head on into the wall and into the catch fence on top of, I believe, Xander Hayslip. So we found that they can crash very violently in this practice.
Well, the 87s already could crash violently.
Some of the nastiest crashes I've seen on iRacing have happened with this car. We had a crash the last time we did this with Derek Hitt, and I am pretty sure he would have died if this was a real accident. Just head on into the wall after making some contact with Aaron May.
I feel like most of these cars, if you crash in the way you would on iRacing, you'd probably be dead.
If we're going for full historical accuracy, we'd have to take off the safer barriers, take off the Hans devices, and run open face helmets.
Oh my god.
Big pack of cars. You just flew through the air like a maniac.
Yeah, you gotta see the wreck I just had.
See, rewinding it. Oh my goodness. Is that down in turn 3?
Yeah. I went inside of Luigi and it shot me out.
Oh my. He barrel rolled 100 times. That was horrible. Just upside down
See,
in the middle of 3 and 4.
That would be a crash where we would probably die.
I think you'd be not in great shape in any generation of car if you had a crash like that. Oh, and somebody has broken out the Ricky Bobby Wonder Bread machine. Who is that? That car is awesome. Actually, who is that? Like, I've went through every driver in the field. I can't figure out who's driving their car. It's not Condra. Is it Mitchell?
Yeah, it's Austin Mitchell.
That thing is awesome looking. Oh boy, we got cars merging. We got cars on the track. There are just cars everywhere. Looks like 15 in the session currently. So going to be another decent field. 35 is the max we have right now, because I know we won't fill it most of the time, and 43 just seems a little bit too unmanageable with the insane amount of crashes we had the one time we did fill a whole field. Which race 3 going to be the next gen at Indianapolis Motor Speedway. So going to throw 2 super speedway style races and then an intermediate into the mix tonight. Probably going to do a super speedway for race 4 if we reach the light goal, which is looking pretty promising for how early on into the stream we are. And you see the tandem drafting taking effect down the back straightaway. So they go to the inside of Aaron May.
Oh, Condra got a little sideways in turn 1 there.
Mitchell's looking to his inside. He really wants to get around him.
Oh, Condra blocks!
There are so many cars on the back straightaway right now.
Oh!
Into the wall. Oh, and a huge overcorrection.
He is dead.
Upside down in turns 3 and 4 for Austin Mitchell.
That was a horrible impact.
And they're wrecking out of the front straightaway as well. Derek Hitt spinning in a circle. And Brian Post gonna smash into him at full speed. They make extreme amounts of contact. Libin Van Leer's upside down in the middle of 1 and 2. And he's going to get clobbered by Austin Mitchell. The total anarchy that is a practice session for these races just always makes me feel very entertained. Only a minute and a half left. Looks like we're very likely we're only going to have 15 drivers. It's about half of a full field, which is pretty good attendance considering we only had 5 cars last time we did this. Everybody exiting pit lane in a pack, just trying to simulate what it's going to feel like for the race. Single file down the back straightaway.
Oh boy, oh they're wrecking. Oh my god.
And Austin Mitchell gets airborne. And one car goes flying through the air. That's Zachary Mers driving the Jeff Gordon car. Another car gets absolutely annihilated. And there are just cars everywhere. Anyone can join the race as long as they're Class C and have 1,000 iRating. Password is LDogg. We are open to everyone, but you will be banned if you are a terrible driver and just generally cause problems.
Alright, I'm heading back to General.
Okay. Well, that's Ingram for you. So back to the business at hand. Watching Cameron Face head out on track for his qualifying attempt. So we got Zachary Mers on track, Brian Post, Chase Modzalewski. A lot of great paint schemes on these 1987 cars. One of the more fun cars you're going to see on iRacing. Let's see. Also, you got the number 12 of Austin Rez. The 9 of Livin Van Leer. The 44 of Luigi Diaz-Gonzalez. Cameron Face once again. Austin Mitchell driving the number 26 Wonder Bread machine. Elliot Condra in the 09. Derek Hitt in the 24. Wyatt Blair in the 3. And Chase Ingram in the 01. Which Ingram on his outlap, what a lot of these guys do for these super speedway races is they cheese their qualifying, which is you go as slow as you possibly can down the back straightaway when you head out of the pits, get up to speed as gradually as possible, and then once you head to your first lap, you run the top line to get as much momentum as possible, and then you're full throttle to the floor on the second lap. So you really want to focus on your second lap because that will be your fast lap once you have all the momentum. It's a difficult thing to learn how to do, but there are quite a few guys in the field who are very good at super speedway qualifying. Ingram working his way through turns 3 and 4. Setting up his fast lap, you see he's going to wrap the bottom of the track, trying to take the shortest possible distance around without scrubbing off and trying to scrub off as little speed as possible by doing so. Into turns 3 and 4, looking like a good lap for Ingram. And he's going to go flying through the air. Currently in the 5th position on the board. Only one car on track, and that is Ingram. So qualifying going to wrap up shortly. 16 cars in the field now. So we get ready to go rocking and rolling for race 2 here on Super Nitro. Getting closer and closer to the end of our summer championship. Only a few more weeks left. So definitely going to be on some of these drivers' minds as they prepare for that battle to finish. It looks like Isaiah Fox, Daniel Mosteller, Richard May, and Xander Hayslip all not going to make an attempt to qualify. So now everyone working their way onto the grid. Got a few new drivers. I believe Austin Rez making his first start. Zachary Mers may have made a start here before. Can't recall off the top of my head. Elliot Condra on the pole, going to lead us to green. $16 cars on the grid. $35 laps of action in front of us. Here we go. Everyone following the pace car around the track. Into turns 1 and 2. Looking at our starting lineup, we have Elliot Condra on the pole, Cameron Face in second, Chase Modzalewski in third, Derek Hitt in fourth, Chase Ingram in fifth, Austin Mitchell in sixth, Zachary Mers in seventh, Libin Van Leer in eighth, Wyatt Blair in ninth, Luigi Diaz-Gonzalez in 10th, Brian Post in 11th, Austin Rez in 12th, Daniel Mosteller in 13th, Isaiah Fox in 14th, Richard May in 15th, and Xander Hayslip in 16th, rounding out the field. So 16 cars on track, 35 laps ahead of us, and we will be racing here at Daytona in a moment. into turns 3 and 4. The pace car getting ready to hand over control to the number 09 machine of Elliot Condra. The pace car makes the hard left turn onto pit lane. Into the trioval, the field goes 2 by 2. Headed to the restart zone. The green flag is out in the air. We are racing here at Daytona. Side by side at the front. Pretty even start to the race. Everyone's staying in line, minding their business for now. Getting up to speed. One car in the back, that's the 12 of Rez, looking to make it 3 wide for a moment. No one going to go with him. He's going to fall back in the field. Condra has control. Headed down the back straightaway for the first time. And contact made. Rez going to go around. He's going to make hard contact with the inside wall. And single car spin, so we are going to keep it green. Mostly single file throughout the pack now. A few guys in the back. That looks like Mosteller, Hayslip, and May are all riding around. Zachary Mers makes contact with the outside wall, trying to make a move. 3 wide for second now. Condra drop into the back of the pack now as well. 2 by 2 at the front. Those guys working together. You got Ingram second in line on the bottom, pushing Mozdalewski. He's trying to make his way to the lead. You got Austin Mitchell and Cameron Face working together on the outside lane. Those two making some significant progress. You also got the 9 of Van Leer on the outside, and that Ford Thunderbird. He's pushing the Buick of Cameron Face. Mitchell controls now in a Monte Carlo. And Face looked to the inside. Not quite enough room. Going to have to stay in line, and we are side by side for the lead. Both lines getting even. Mitchell trying to get there. He's not going to have much help from Face in that corner because as he goes high, Van Leer looks like he's thinking about making a move, just hasn't quite done anything yet. Very orderly through the start of this race compared to previous Super Speedway races we've done. Everyone generally staying in mind and racing smart for it being lap 3 of 35. Austin Mitchell now gets control. Still getting a big push from Cameron Face. One car into the wall in the back. Looks like that might be the... Actually, I'm not sure who that was that hit the wall there. Oh, and we got contact. Zachary Mers around in the back of the field. Derek Hitt also destroyed as well. Oh, and that was Isaiah Fox that made contact with the outside wall there. Still going to keep it green because we have most of the lead packed together. A few guys dropped off the pace. Still about 10 cars in the lead pack. Now mostly single file. Cameron Face hops out of line, but it's going to have no one go with him, so he's going to start dropping back. Seems like everybody's just kind of minding their own business at this point, just trying to ride around and click off some laps. Coming up on the left car of Austin Rez. Hopefully he will get out of the way. And give the leaders room. Everyone's single file, so getting around him should be a little more orderly. As I say that, Mozdalewski goes to the top side for a moment. They head around to the outside of the 12 machine. Cameron Face gets into the wall in the background. And still single file. And Chase Ingram makes a move to the inside. Trying to get around Wyatt Blair. Now to the inside of Mozdalewski. Has the draft of the leaders. The field gets a little bit spread out as they head around that left car. Austin Rez now 3 laps down. Definitely still in contention if we do get a caution. So 6 cars in this lead pack. A little bit of a gap back to Libin Van Leer in the 7th position. Rez has inserted himself into the middle of this pack. And we're still mostly single file throughout the field. Just haven't had enough drivers get organized enough to get the top lane going. Oh, looks like some contact in the wall behind for Brian Post. Able to keep it straight. Gonna lose a couple positions there with that massive loss of momentum. And these guys in the back are definitely doing it on purpose. Daniel Mosteller and Aaron May both running in the back, but just close enough to keep up with the lead pack of cars. Given the way those two race, they're probably on purpose to try to stay out any wrecks. Might have a little bit of trouble getting back to the front if we do stay single file like this. And Wyatt Blair now out of line, with Gonzalez going to make a move to the inside for the 3rd position. And Elliot Condra to the outside. He's going to be side by side with Mitchell. Mitchell gets a push from Gonzalez, and Gonzalez gets turned. He's going to slide back up the track and make huge contact with Cameron Face, and the caution's going to come out. 2 cars destroyed. Mazalewski destroyed as well. Looked like the first 3 cars in the bottom lane just all got out of control. Gonna have to take a look at the replay there. Big hit for Cameron Face. Gonzalez also looks like he has heavy damage. No rear end or front end on that machine. Taking a look at the replay, you could see that Contra goes the outside of Mitchell, and Mitchell has no help, and Gonzalez starts giving him a push, and Rez tries to get into the back end of Gonzalez, and it's just enough to cause a chain reaction that shoots Gonzalez out to the inside, and he tries to save it, makes heavy contact with Cameron Face. They're right in the middle of the pack. Also gets some contact from the number 15 of Isaiah Fox. So that destroys 4 cars. Everyone does get 1 fast repair, so they're not out of the race yet. But definitely not what you want to see if you're some of those guys using their fast repair this early in the race. A very fortunate break for Austin Rez and Zachary Mers, because they are able to get back onto the lead lap. And looks like it's going to be a split decision for pit road. Actually, everybody got to make their way down to get the fresh Goodyear tires on their machines. I only get 2 sets, but tire wear must be very important with the way this race has been going so far. Like Van Leer must have missed his pit stall, was sliding into the pit lane sideways. Gonzalez limping his damaged machine down the pit lane as well. Gonna spin it into his pit box. And Chase Ingram going to win the race off of pit road. I wonder if he took 2 tires, or if he just had a really good execution on pit lane. Not sure how he got there, but he got very far ahead of everybody else coming off the pits. Murs back onto the lead lap. Maslowski dropping to 2 laps down. I believe he had to tow after that accident because of how much damage his car had. So Ingram now leading the field under caution. It was a lot of clean and green racing to start this compared to most of our super speedway events in the past. A lot further into the run than what we have been getting lately. It was a lot of single file racing. A lot of smart racing, though, just trying to wait till it's the end of the race. Now going to be the 1 to green. So a decent-sized crash early definitely affects several of the drivers. Still have a lot of guys in contention to win this thing. Gotta wonder how aggressive they will be on this restart. Do you start getting antsy and making your way through the field, or are you content to just ride in line and wait for more laps to click off? Only Monte Carlos through the top 7 positions. Then we have a Buick in 8th and a Pontiac in 9th. Condra looks like he's just going to take the infield chicane. Ingram going to lead the field to green. Into turn 4. Down the front straightaway into the tri-oval. Here we go. Green flag back out of the air here at Daytona. Levin Van Leer already making it 3 wide in the middle of the pack. He works his way around Isaiah Fox. Side by side for the lead at the front. Ingram to the inside, Austin Mitchell to the outside, and they have quite a gap to them between them and the second row. Blair's going to head down to the bottom of the track. Seems like that bottom lane has been the preferred line so far. There's not a whole lot of success making passes on the top line. Ingram has control. Condra gives him a push. Ingram goes up to block the top line with Austin Mitchell. Mitchell and Van Leer are working together on the top side. Condra and Ingram down on the bottom. Side by side through most of the field. Heading around to complete lap 14. Or 13, excuse me. It's side by side and Austin Mitchell gets turned. Flying through the air. Manages to keep it on the ground and not hit anything, but that's going to bring out the second caution of this race. I don't think anyone else got caught up in that. Looked like a bad push at the front of the field. Fortunate it didn't collect any more cars. See them headed through the tri-oval. Van Leer being very aggressive with the pushes on that 26 of Austin Mitchell. Gets him a little bit sideways. Catches it once. Not able to catch it twice. Gets turned backwards. The rear end starts lifting off the ground. Spins in a circle and doesn't hit anything. A good save out of that 26 of Mitchell. See him sliding over the transition of the infield road course. See if we can get a different view of that. Just gets turned a little bit sideways. Very lucky to not turn Condra or Wyatt Blair as they take evasive action. Having right in the front of the field. Fortunate it wasn't a bigger crash. Always the risk of giving pushes here at Daytona. It doesn't take much to cause them to be a lot worse. Or it doesn't take much between giving a good push and causing a wreck. Derek Hitt's sitting in the middle of the pit road still. Not sure what he is doing. And we are 3 wide in the second row for some reason. Not sure what is going on there with the positions. Looks like they're having some sort of disagreement about where they line up on track. Not quite sure what is going on there, honestly. I guess Fox was lined up in the wrong spot. Looks like they got that sorted out. We head down the back straightaway. Gonna go green on lap 17 of 35. So just about halfway through this second event of the night. Into turns 3 and 4. Only one car really out of contention, and that's the 21 of Derek Hitt. Already 5 laps down and stranded in the middle of pit lane. But 15 cars still with a shot to win it. It's working on about halfway. The pace car pulls off. And the green flag is back out in the air. Ingram with a great jump on the restart. Going to get himself clear. Condra able to slide into line behind. And those two going to have control of the race. And they're already single file throughout the entire field. Only a couple cars on the top lane. It seems like passing is a lot more difficult here at Daytona with this package. Still able to make momentum, but just haven't been seen anyone really able to get clear of a 2-car tandem at the front. Mosteller and Face go to the outside. Those two together could be a good threat for the lead. And now we have a 4-car breakaway at the front. They have a couple car lengths between them and Van Leer in the 5th position as they get side by side behind. Mosteller working with Face to get clear. They're going to head back down to the bottom. Hayslip to the outside. Austin Mitchell there as well. Wyatt Blair goes to the outside for a moment, not able to do anything, and Cameron Face looks to the top side. Mosteller, Van Leer, and Face working that top lane. Austin Mitchell looks like he's thinking about going with him, but then decides to stay on the bottom. Van Leer gets the 87 sideways. Hasn't toned down that aggression after spinning out Austin Mitchell to bring out the last caution. Demo's going to slot down into the 5th position. Then gets back on the bumper of Face. And we're single file at the front once again. Single file through the entire field. Austin Mitchell looks to the outside of Daniel Mosteller for position. Mosteller going to let him get into line. Drops a little bit further back in this line of cars. Brian Post to the outside. Austin Mitchell to the outside again as well, trying to get around Cameron Face. Not quite able to get clear. Going to throw a side draft on him. And eventually having to slap back into line in that 5th position. Going to get a push from Mosteller. Can they make a move to the outside? Still side by side for what is now the battle for the 4th position. They are starting to get some momentum. Condra looks to the outside. Ingram throws the block, and now they're 3 wide behind them. Mitchell now 3rd in line. Gets a push, and he's going to get sideways into the outside wall. Manages to save it so far, and then head on into the outside wall. Doesn't take anybody else with him, and that's going to take him out of contention. Hayslip makes contact as well. Got to keep it green since that was 2 separate single-car incidents, and Cameron Face to the inside. He's going to make an attempt on the lead. Gets help from Fox, and Cameron Face to the top spot. And just like that, they're 2 by 2 through the first 3 rows, with Libin Van Leer behind them. Only 14 laps to go. Side by side. Ingram on the top. Face on the bottom. With Isaiah Fox giving a push to that number 80 machine. Got Mosteller 3rd in line on the bottom. A little bit of separation back to Libin Van Leer and Wyatt Blair, also side by side. Brian Post and Luigi Diaz-Gonzalez working together in the back as well. Aaron May rounding out the top 10. All of these cars with a good shot to win if this goes green. A lot more shuffling with positions. Condra and Ingram trying to get anything to work, just trying to get that tandem draft going to try to get back to the lead. Gained a little bit of ground, but just can't quite get clear of Fox to get beside Face on the outside. Mostly single file throughout the field again. Face goes to the outside to throw a block. Goes back down to the bottom of the track. Gonna get a shot from the 18 of Fox. Ingram gets to the outside of Fox once again. A little bit of a gap behind them. Gonna be some momentum and energy developing from the back of the field. May's going to take it 3 wide to the outside of Brian Post in the back of the field. And the positions remain virtually unchanged from the last lap in the top 5 spots. Looks like handling might be becoming a factor. They're starting to give a lot more room to the bottom than they were earlier in the run. Condra and Ingram starting to lose some momentum. Demo's going to go to the top to try to make a move to the outside of Fox. Condra goes down to the bottom. Wyatt Blair up on the top side trying to get up to Ingram. Not quite able to get there, and Demos is all by himself in that top lane. No one up there to help. Condra now gets out of line to give him a shove. Can those two get up to the front? Face has control, but for how long? Demos and Condra heavily giving the side draft to the inside lane. Going to back up their momentum a little bit. They have a chance to get to the top side of Face. Face tries to throw a block, and we are side by side for the lead for a moment, but now side by side for second. 3 Monte Carlos leading that outside lane. Mosteller, Condra, and Ingram. Mosteller to the outside of Face, working to get that pass completed, and now only 10 laps to go. Livin Van Leer making a little bit of contact with the door of Condra's 09 machine. Still going to keep it straight. Mosteller all the way to the quarter panel of Face. And Fox going to get a bad push. That's going to make him have to lift, and that might create some separation. Van Leer has a gap. Fox looks like he tries to go to the top. Not quite clear. Has to go back down to the bottom. And now all over the bumper of that number 80 machine once again. That top side is working so hard to get clear of Face and just hasn't quite been able to do it yet. The bottom lane is starting to wash up the track more the later into this run we go. Face has control of the race for now. And contact behind. One car going to go around. That's Isaiah Fox. Big contact behind him. Mosteller involved. The 18, the one that spun initially, looks like several other cars going to be involved as well. That's the 64 of Brian Post destroyed. And we're going to be under caution once again. Going to have to take a look at the replay there. Not quite sure how that unfolded. And it looks like Van Leer again. I have to rewind it a little bit, but it looks like Van Leer once again just gives a way too aggressive of a push. Gets the 18 a little bit sideways and then just doesn't get off of him. Gets him sideways right in front of the field. Starts coming back up the track, and there's nowhere to go for a lot of these guys. Then the 18 overcorrects, gets into Mosteller. And they're hard into the outside wall. Condra gets sideways as well. And then I'm not sure how Post got involved. Oh, the 18 rolls down the track, and that is a huge collision for the 64 machine. There's nowhere to go there when he rolls back down. So a 3-car incident brings out the caution as we only have 8 laps remaining. We head back live. Several damaged machines at the front. The 9 of Van Leer with some front end damage. The 44 of Gonzalez also with some pretty heavy damage as well. It looks like Wyatt Blair got the nose of his number 3 machine caved in. Gonna be interesting to see who can get the lead coming off of pit road. Does anyone take 2 tires here? Up on the jack stands. Looks like all of them going to take 2 tires. 1 car out ahead. That's Van Leer. He must have taken 2. He's going to lead the race, but he has damage on that front end. Will that hinder him from leading the line successfully? Brian Post had to use his fast repair. Looks like Fox did as well. Mosteller's still sitting on the pit lane. Not sure if he had to tow his number 87 machine. So Van Leer to the lead, Condra behind, and Cameron Face dropping all the way to the 3rd position. Looks like we're going to be going green with only 5 laps remaining. Demos now 2 laps down, so he's going to have to hustle to get his laps back before we go back green here. Just unfortunate timing there. Was stuck on the outside lane to get caught up in that first accident. Or the last accident that brought out the caution. Some interesting racing here at Daytona. A lot more single file than we initially expected when running this package. Stellar going to get his lap back. I believe now on the lead lap. Or actually, still has one more to regain. So he's going to go around the field. We are on the 1 to green, so it's going to be close for him to get back to the pack. To have a shot here. Only 5 laps to go when we go back green. Still a lot of cars left in contention. And it looks like we have reached 20 likes on the live stream, so we will be having a race 4. So either between this race or at the end of the next race, we will figure out what track we're going to do for the bonus race. But for now, we are at the we have to come back to the business at hand, which is to settle this one at Daytona. Side by side at the front. Van Leer the 9, controlling the field as we go back to green. The pace car makes the hard left turn onto pit lane. Demo's able to catch up with the field. And the green flag is back out. Van Leer with a good jump on the restart. Cameron Face on the bottom behind him, very far back. Condra goes to the top, going to get help from Ingram. Van Leer throws the block. Contact between Face and Condra. And they're side by side for the lead. And Aaron May third in line on the top side. And Van Leer's going to get turned from the lead, and he's going to hit the inside wall hard. That's going to take him out of contention, and Condra has the lead now. He has Chase Ingram behind him, and they are making contact in the back, mostly able to keep it straight. Everyone able to keep it straight, and we're only going to have 4 laps to go at the line. 3 cars in a row on the bottom. Condra, Ingram, and May. You got the 18 of Fox making a pass on post behind them, and no one in the top side. And Austin Mitchell is going to get sideways once again. He is driving the wheels off of that Wonder Bread machine. Down the back straightaway. Post looks to the outside of May. Not going to have any help. I don't think he's going to be able to complete the pass. Although he does get side by side. Trying to stay on the door of May. Not able to do anything, and we're going to be coming to 3 laps to go. Single file throughout the entire field now. Condra, Ingram, and May, the top 3. Post looks to the outside again. Face going to go with him. And the 18 of Fox is going to lead the top lane. And Post back down to the inside. Contact made between him and Face. They door each other down the back straightaway. And now Ingram lagging back a bit as we head into 3 and 4. Might be trying to build a run to see if he can get the lead. All over the bumper of Condra now. 2 laps to go. Who's going to get it done here in Daytona? 4 or 5 cars on the top lane now, trying to build some momentum. Do they have anything for those guys on the bottom? Get a little bit more spread out. Mitchell gives a big push to Face in the middle of the corner. The bottom lane still with the advantage. Ingram all over the tail end of that 09 machine. But Fox has a run. He is all the way to the door of Condra. Does he have anything to get around him? And now coming up on the lap car of Livin Van Leer, he gets out of the way. And everybody at the front's going to hit the wall. A huge wreck behind them. But we have taken the white flag. One more time around. Most of the lead pack destroyed, but we still have 5 or 6 cars here to fight for the finish. Condra slots into line behind Aaron May. They're going to give each other a huge push. May to the outside of Ingram. Ingram throws the block. Condra now on the rear bumper of Ingram. And this is all going to come down to the final 2 corners. May gets a little bit of contact with Condra. He's going to drop back to the tail end of this field. Does Condra have anything for Ingram? Down out to the final corner, into the tri-oval. Contact between Condra and Ingram, and it's not going to be enough. Ingram is going to get it done here at Daytona, and a big wreck behind him. Just couldn't get there at the end. And Chase Ingram able to get the victory here at Daytona. Cameron Face going to finish second, and Elliot Condra going to finish third. Gonna have to take a look at what happened there. Coming to the white flag, there was a massive crash. Took out most of the drivers and towards the back half of the field. Seems like it was caused by them trying to get around Van Leer. A lot of guys bouncing off the wall and each other. But not going to matter for Chase Ingram, who's going to get the victory in race 2 of tonight. You see Ingram doing a burnout now on the front straightaway. Very excited to get the win as usual. A very competitive race to the finish. Just seemed like no one could quite get the momentum they needed to get around the leader. Very interesting type of racing. It was not exactly what we had at Talladega. It was odd to see the way that played out. Which we're going to work on getting Ingram in the booth, but in the meantime, we're going to take a look at what happened on those last 2 laps. Which, looking here, this is where things got out of control. They all go high to avoid the 9 of Van Leer, and then they all just start making contact, and it looks like Wyatt Blair is the one who bounces off the wall, hooks Daniel Mosteller, and that just turns everybody. And Gonzalez barrel rolls through the infield. I didn't even see that happen live. A huge crash for Gonzalez down the front straightaway. What a crash behind. I did not see that happen live. Must have channeled my inner Fox to miss one of the worst crashes we've had on Nitro. And it looks like we do have Ingram up in the booth.
I've been in here for like 2 minutes.
They don't know that. Well, what'd you think of that race? It seemed like it was a lot harder to pass the leader than when we did it at Talladega.
Yeah, I just, well, Van Leer got in the way in turns 3 and 4 for whatever reason, and that sent everybody to the top, and they all hit the wall, so I used that opportunity to take the lead. And then I just blocked Aaron a bit. He got to my outside. Then he got a bad push, I think. Yeah, and then I tried to get away from Elliott because I didn't think you were going to be able to build that much of a run, but then he did, so I had to block. So I did block, and of course, as I tried to block it, my screen froze for a second, so I was scared, but I ended up surviving, and Elliott said, "Don't do a move like that again," although he's done way worse. So he cannot really.
Hey, no pointing fingers in the booth. We're all friends
Anyway.
here.
Well, hey, there's the first, so now I am, what, 5 points behind? Yeah.
Just got to get second to tie.
Yep. Which also, by the looks of it, we've hit 21 likes on the stream, so we will have a race 4. And I was wondering, can we please do the Dega version of this?
Ooh.
Again.
It's going to be hard to sell the drivers on it, I think, because it looked like that was a frustrating race for a lot of guys.
Just tell them it's a lot better at Talladega. I will admit it was a lot. The tires were wearing by like lap 5.
Well, if you want to put up a poll, it's either that or a Riley Dega or Truck Dega. I think are where we're looking at right now. Which, congratulations on the win. So we come up here into the booth, start getting things set up for race number 3 of the night, which is going to be the next gens at Indianapolis Motor Speedway.
You want me to put up the poll now?
Might as well. Yeah, some of the guys in the chat saying Gen 6. The net code on that car has been so bad lately. It's just, I feel hesitant to use it. So I just know there's going to be several crashes that aren't anyone's fault, and they're going to take guys out of the race, which is what we really don't want to see. So getting things set up here at Indianapolis, going to be a 25 lap race. Probably one of the quicker races we're going to do. Not a high likelihood of a ridiculous amount of crashes, you would think.
So 87's Dega, O'Reilly Dega, Truck Dega. Is that it?
Yep.
Yeah, that was a lot tighter than I was expecting it to be.
Not Q&A. I'm putting it up on the stream as well, so you guys can vote.
87's is winning right now in the Discord.
Did you guys? Maybe you guys enjoyed that more than I thought you would have, considering how much single file there was.
It was fun, although it just because of how tight it was later in the run, you couldn't really build a second lane. But Talladega, since it's turns better, I feel like that won't be as much of an issue.
So, do you think it was the tire wear that was the problem, not the momentum you guys
Yeah,
could get?
because like, especially like you saw in that last restart, they were able to get the top going until they hit the wall coming to the white flag. So it was definitely the tire wear, but not much we can do about that.
We do not need to be using the Indianapolis road course package. Like that would be bad. Don't need that to be happening. So let's see, oval. Oh, I did do road on one of them. What am I doing? Two sets of tires for this race. I think that's going to be one of the shorter races of the night. Race 4 probably not going to be super long either, since we've been streaming for a while. See Indianapolis Oval. Hey, what are you doing?
I was watching the video Brian posted. I guess my mic picked it up.
Why are people thumbs down reacting? Looking at the stream and looking at the Discord, the results are pretty much identical, and it seems like everyone wants to do O'Reilly Dega.
Dang.
And Brian just posted a clip in the Discord server. He somehow managed to catch on fire after the race. I have no idea how he managed to do that.
I think that's just sparks.
It looks like too cloudy to be sparks. That was very
No, I'm
weird.
looking.
Of course, he's the one who figures out how to do that.
I'm looking at it on the replay. There was nothing, so it's probably sparks.
Let's see. Wave rounds, cautions, full course yellows, and all that. One fast repair, 2 green white checkers. Cannot do this at night, so we'll just do it at. What if we did this one in the morning?
Hmm.
Do you think the visibility would be okay?
Just do it. Wait, what are the options for the thing?
Sunrise, morning, noon, afternoon, late afternoon, sunset, night.
Just do morning.
Might give you a little bit more grip. Or something.
Yeah.
Quadruple checking I didn't do anything dumb. Got all the right cars. All of them have the same horsepower. For Indianapolis on the NASCAR Oval. Okay, here we go. Putting up the session for race 3. We will have race 4, which is going to be O'Reilly at Talladega. Seems like Marty really wants O'Reilly at Dega. I mean, that's a good combo. I just wasn't sure if everyone actually wanted to run that or not.
Wait, is Marty even gonna race?
Someone said we should do IndyCar Slinger at the figure 8. Now that is a random combo. Looks like we have Aaron May in the booth now. What do you got, Aaron?
Is the session being made?
Yeah, I just had to double check. I accidentally put the road setup on a couple cars while making it set up. So
What the heck?
I had to, go through and double check.
Okay. If y'all do a race 4, I'm not doing it. I gotta go to work tomorrow.
I think we are because we reached the light goal.
Oh boy. Yeah, y'all have fun with a race 4.
I feel like race 4 is like the max. Did we do 5 races that one time? Because I was like losing my voice. Like I wasn't having fun anymore.
If you did like this on a Friday night, I'd be able to do a race 4 because I can just stay up. I wouldn't care at that point, but
I mean, we could
nah,
do
it's on a
Friday night.
weekday.
I'm usually doing stuff on Friday night. So
All right, I'm
race
going back
3
down there.
now. I got 5 people watching. Peaked at 14 so far tonight. Why are people fish reacting me?
It's cool.
He doesn't even race.
He voted in the poll.
Money always votes in the polls too. They don't. Those guys don't even have iRacing. I don't know why they're always voting in the polls. No, we can't do 6 races. I'm gonna not be able to talk if we did that. It's tiring doing all this and like commentating. It takes a lot out of me. I looked at these guys doing it before I really started, and I thought that they had the easy job. But I feel like I'm more tired, like mentally tired after watching what I'm saying all night than I am from actually racing half the time. Cool says, "I love democracy." Looks like we have Dylan Herverton making his first appearance of the night. Wonderful to have a Jacob Clarino sighting. I see him in the Discord call. I think 4 is kind of the max I want to go for any given stream. I don't mind doing 4 if I don't have work the next day, like this week.
What if we get like 50 likes?
If we got 50 likes, maybe race 5, but it would have to be one of those streams where every race went quick, clean, and green, and I'm not mentally exhausted. Having to figure out how to call 5 different cars being upside down at the same time.
Drink some water. A bottle of water.
Seems like we do have a disagreement between Derek Hitt and Luigi Diaz-Gonzalez after that last race. Apparently, Gonzalez missed his pit stall and slammed it into reverse and did it in the middle of pit road, so when Hitt crashed into him, it destroyed his car. So, not very fortunate for Hitt. See why he'd be frustrated by that. I must have missed that because I wasn't really looking at pit road because I didn't think they'd be crashing on pit road. Don't usually see a whole lot of pit road accidents on iRacing. So getting everything set up, all the drivers filing in. Looks like it's going to be another good field. Got any expectations for this race or anyone you got your eye on that is not you?
Well, I don't mean. Yeah, I got my eye on me.
Of course,
I'm pretty good here.
I don't expect anything less, but like, if you couldn't pick you, who would you pick?
Demos.
Yeah, that sounds about right. We're like, it's like hard to come up with like good storylines when I know there's a very high chance it's like one of this. It's like you, Condra, Demos, Shamela, like those guys. You just always are heavily in contention to win here.
Yeah.
Any given race.
But I love the next gen in Indianapolis. So I'll be pretty good here.
And we're gonna head sim side to see what happened. Or not what happened. I don't know what I'm talking about. We're headed sim side here on a crisp, not crisp. Is it crisp if it's like a summer morning? I'm just saying things at this point.
Depends on where you are. If you're in the north, maybe. The south, definitely.
The lighting looks cool for it being morning.
I mean, I guess since we're in Indianapolis, it might be cooler.
Well, I was like gonna lead into it saying we have like a crisp, cool fall morning, and then I was like, it's July. Look like we got Austin Rez driving the number 93 machine for this race. Condra driving his 09 again. You're just driving your normal McDonald's car, aren't you?
Yeah.
Wyatt Blair in the 5 for this race. Do have info that Wyatt Blair will be driving under MCM's banner for race 4. And look at that. Daniel Mosteller to the top of the board. That one, he's going to wreck coming out of turn 2.
Crazy.
One of the things I've noticed about Indianapolis is that there's just really no way to wreck that isn't very violent.
Well, let's see here. Hit the wall coming off one of the corners and spin. Hit the tire barriers coming off a turn 2. Hitting the attenuator.
Well, it's like even if you spin out and you don't hit anything, or like even if it's just like a self spin, you're going at a wall that's at like a 90-degree angle. Looks like we're gonna have the biggest field of the night for this one.
Some people are probably trying to get Brickyard 400 practice.
Yeah, I didn't even think of that. That probably could be a factor. I know I'm gonna run one for my team this week.
I can't because yeah.
Yep. I mean, this is a fun combo too.
Yeah. How many laps is this race?
It's only 25. Marty really desperately wants one of the admins to advance the session.
So what?
He wants us to advance the session to qualifying. I mean,
No.
I could be okay with that. We have enough drivers, and I don't know if anyone else is really going to file in, but I don't want to take away that opportunity for anyone who is late.
Whoa, I got sideways off the turn 1.
Oh, and there's just a car sitting in the middle of the track. Do you feel like you have good grip? Like it's not. Does it feel like it's one that's really hot and slick, or is it like do you have a good amount of grip?
I have good grip. I just gassed it up too early.
I know the Brickyard 400 is going to be a war of attrition. Just a lot of crashes at this place. Which, actually, looking at it, I think I am going to advance the session.
Oh man, I wanted to set a fast lap.
Unfortunately, you're not going to get that opportunity. Oh, and that's a huge hit.
Mm-hmm.
Well, on to qualifying. 21 cars on the entry list. Hopefully we could get a flag-to-flag green race. Be interesting to see here. Gonna guess this is one of the few tracks where Mosteller actually qualifies because it's so hard to pass here.
Yeah, pretty much you have to dive it in or force someone into a mistake or try and get to their outside in order to pass.
Outside lane is one of the riskier decisions because it does get tight coming off of the corners. The line
Well,
is
yeah,
very
but like
narrow.
if you can get ahead of them through the corner on the top, you can pinch them down and take their exit away.
See, Mosteller is breaking a qualifying lap. So I really got to add that 87 he gave me to our overlays for next week. He just has such a good number font. We got the 5 of Zachary Mers. Dylan Herrington
I
in the
missed
67.
Turn 2, and that's a wall.
That's a heavy hit for you.
Fantastic.
Mateo Mitchell has crashed. Jacob Clarino driving that interesting Red Bull car. Very nice looking paint scheme. And Austin Rez to the top of the board, the first one to actually complete a lap. And Cameron Face going to go to the top of the board for the moment. Jordan Jung going to take it from him. And Daniel Mosteller to the pole. Which now the overlays have decided to break.
I'm not sure this is going to be a good lap. No, but it's not, because I completely missed the apex.
Looking at Condra, who's 4th on the board on speed.
6th.
Mateo Mitchell to 4th on the board now. Actually going to take it from Condra. Only a minute remaining in the session. Still a lot of cars on track.
All right, I'm heading back to the VC.
Well, this is only going to be a 25 lap race, more of a sprint compared to what we usually have. A lot of longer races. Decided to try a short one. It is a big track, so any caution laps we do have will take forever. And then race 4, going to be O'Reilly at Dega. Might make it only a 20 lap race. Just try to make it a little bit shorter since it is more of a bonus race. Got to see what everybody thinks about that. Watching Mason Thompson work his way around. Xander Hayslip sitting in the middle of pit road. You got Chase Modzalewski and the number 19 machines crashing. And that's going to be the end of qualifying. So Daniel Mosteller and Jordan Jung going to be in the front row here at Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Mosteller, no stranger to victory lane in most of the series he runs. Did get his first win on Nitro last week. Looking to get the second tonight. Has a good shot here starting from the pole. Some good drivers behind him, though, with Jordan Jung, Cameron Face, Mateo Mitchell, and Elliot Condra. Jacob Clarino, another one with a lot of good speed. The field lined up on the front straightaway. A lot of good paint schemes in this race. Just some good-looking race cars lined up on the front stretch. So, 22 cars on the grid. Lined up behind our Chevy Silverado pace truck. Getting ready to go green for 25 laps of action here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. And not sure where Clarino is going. Just past everybody. Looks like some pre-race shenanigans. Now 3 wide. 4 wide. Looks like a lot of the drivers having some fun during the pace laps here. And Zachary Mers has his nose caved in on his number 5 machine. Not quite sure how that happened. Looks like he might be having a disagreement with someone. There's cars driving through the grass. There are just cars everywhere. And he's bumping into the number 93. They must have had some contact under this pace lap. And now the field heading into turns 3 and 4. Mosteller to the inside. Jordan Jung to the outside. Cameron Face in third. The pace truck going to make the hard left turn onto pit road. Here we go into the restart zone. Green flag is out. We are racing here at Indianapolis. A little bit of tire spin out of Jordan Jung. And they are all the way down by the inside wall. Kicking up dust here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Demos gets clear, but he has the 20 of Jung all over his rear bumper. Condra gets sideways in the back. Still going to keep it straight. Looks like a relatively clean start out of everybody. Some crashing in the back. The lead pack's still together, so we're going to keep it green. And Mosteller has control. Put in 0.3 of a second between him and Jordan Jung. Mostly single file through the rest of the field. Mostly a clean start. Did have that crash in the back of the field. And we're going to keep it green. Oh, and Aaron May hard into the outside wall. He's going to make contact with Wyatt Blair. And that's going to bring out the caution. A massive overcorrection, and there are cars crashed everywhere down the front straightaway. Looks like May, Herviton, several others involved as well. I think Mason Thompson might have gotten into it. That 10 car just hooked a right on the exit of the corner. It looks like the back end must have stepped out and he overcorrected because it caught him off guard. Some big hits in this crash. Here coming to the end of lap 1. So he's on the outside lane. You might have a little bit less grip out there. Looks like he's trying to make it work. And then not really any contact. Oh, just the slightest little bit of contact. Overcorrects hard into the outside wall. Then the toe link looks like it just breaks on that car, and he comes down the track. contact with the number 8 car. I'm not sure who's driving that. And a hard into the pit attenuator for the 93. And he goes flying into the air and barrel rolls. What a wreck. My goodness. That's 2 flips in a row that we miss live on the broadcast. Oh my goodness gracious, what an impact.
Right.
Good night.
What are you doing?
The broadcast? Headed back live, we are pacing now with Mosteller in the lead and Jordan Jung in second. After a horrible crash on the French straightaway to complete lap 1. So Mosteller still retains control, but everyone gets another shot at him with this restart. Quite a few cars damaged in that early crash. We had a crash off of turn 2, and then we had a crash off of turn 4. Which that second one, just the slightest little bit of contact to the rear end of Aaron May's number 10 machine, and that was all it took to get him out of control. Able to use a fast repair. He's still in the race. The 93 working his way out of pit road. Some huge hits there on lap 1. See Derek Hitt working to get his lap back. So everyone's still on the lead lap and everyone's still in the race. A horrible crash, though, off that pit attenuator. I haven't seen a crash like that in a while here on the sim. The field working their way down the French straightaway. Going to take 1 to green this time by. So we're going to get it doubled up. A lot of guys very aggressively swerving to get their tires warm for this restart. Going to be 21 laps to go when we take the green. The field working their way through turn 2. Looks like Derek Hitt has spun himself in the back. Not sure what happened there. Relatively undamaged, though, so he's going to continue. Got the 19 of Modzalewski and the 09 of Contra just driving through the grass on the back straightaway. Zachary Murs is going to make contact with Brian Post, and they're going to wreck in the background. There's total chaos happening during these pace laps. There's been more wrecks on the pace lap than there have been in the first 2 races combined tonight. Not exactly sure what is happening to cause all this. Everybody in the back trying to get to their correct positions after all those crashes on the back straightaway. And we're going to be heading back green. The pace truck pulling off onto pit road. Mosteller to the inside. Jung to the outside. Ready to lead the field back to green once again. Here we go. Green flag is out here at Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Moss Stellar with a good restart once again. Jung going to slot into line behind him, and they're side by side for third. Mateo Mitchell makes some contact with the outside wall coming out of turn 2. And some big hits on the outside wall behind. And Elliot Condra going to spin. Aaron May around as well. Chase Ingram destroyed it on the inside wall, and that is everybody. Almost an immediate caution. Everybody went wide, and they bounced off the wall and just spit them all out to the inside. At least 10 cars involved in this accident. You have to take a look at the replay there. You see they're coming off the corner. And then Clarino gets tight. Condra, I think that's Van Leer. And then they start wrecking in the back as well. The 32 of Shibota gets sideways. And then they're already wrecking in the back. And then Condra gets out of control. And then I'm trying to figure out what happened to Ingram. He just comes up the track and catches the 84 machine. And they go sliding down the track. And that took out everybody. Just a huge hit. Some big crashing happening there. Some big hits. In the back of the field. Take one more look at what happened. So there were 2 crashes that happened at the same time. With Condra getting out of control. And then I'm not sure what happened in the back. It looks like Austin Mitchell's going to force it 3 wide. And then I think the 32 just gets way too out of the groove. Wyatt Blair gets hit by the 93 behind. And then Aaron May self-spins trying to avoid the crash happening in front of him. So just another crash that's a product of this track being so narrow and tight for these stock cars. And Brian Post gives a big hit to that number 32. So that was another large crash. A lot of cars on pit road getting fresh rubber or fixing damage. Got to be some unhappy drivers after this one at the rate this is going. A lot of crashing in the back of the field. So Moss Stellar leads us under caution once again. Derek Hitt driving through the grass in the background. Just a lot going on in this race. Under 20 laps to go. This race will go by quick if we can click off a couple laps. I haven't been able to complete a lap under green without someone crashing. Lost several drivers from the race. Lights are off on the pace truck. The field going to get 2x2 once again. The top two haven't really changed positions at all during this race. It's going to take a really good restart out of Jung to have anything for Demos on these restarts. So you see that McDonald's machine leading the field? Into turns 3 and 4. The pace car ready to make the hard left turn out of pit lane. The field ready to be released to do battle once again. Side by side through the entire field. Into the restart zone. Green flag is back out. We are racing at Indy. A much better restart out of Jung. He's going to be door to door with Demos as we head into turns 1 and 2. Jung to the outside. Demos to the inside. Everyone going to get through turn 1 clean. Now it's all going to be through turn 2. Mostly clean at the front. A little bit of wall contact in the back. I think we're going to keep it clean. Looks like the entire field makes it through. Into turns 3 and 4. And crashing in the back. Elliott Condra around. Only going to be a single car incident, so I believe we're going to keep it green this time. Some more contact in the back of the field. And they are crashing everywhere through the middle of 3 and 4. Still keeping it green. And we are finally going to complete the first lap of the race under green. Jung has the advantage over Demos, but Demos all over the tail end of that 20 machine. Mateo Mitchell starting to come into the picture. Everyone very spread out, and Cameron Face getting sideways on the exit of turn 2. Moss Stellar all over the rear end of the number 20. Looks to the outside. Trying to get some clean air on the front end of that 87 machine. Single file throughout the entire pack now. They're spread out enough now that there's probably not going to be a crash big enough to bring out a caution the rest of the race. At least we would hope. The leader's now nose to tail. Demos trying to get all over the rear bumper of Jung. He's going to make contact with the outside wall in turn 4. Those two still nose to tail. Starting to drive away from the rest of the field. Jung had a great restart when we went back to green. Just drove around the outside of Demos. It was a very impressive move to get the pass completed in 1 and 2. Still single file throughout most of the field. That is the thing about Indy. There's not always a whole lot of passing. And as I say that, we got one car completely sideways in the back of that picture. That's Mason Thompson. So he gets out of control, able to hang on to it. A little bit, the gap between Demos and Jung starting to grow. Does Demos have anything to give Jung, or is he just saving his tires for later in the run? We still do have 12 laps left, which is a long time here at Indianapolis. Jung running a little bit higher up in turn 2. Mosteller going to get into the wall in turn 2, and a lot of cars hitting the wall behind them. Only 12 cars in this lead draft at the moment. The rest of them crashed and very far behind. Jung still has control. With a 0.2 of a second advantage over Mosteller. Mosteller going to get into the wall coming out of turn 2 again. This hasn't been able to get back to Jung at all. I wonder if it's the dirty air that's making it hard for the pass to happen. Getting close to 0.3 of a second on the advantage for Jung. Mosteller gets real close to that outside wall once again, coming off a 2. And Derek Hitt is crashed in front of them. Brian Post destroyed as well. Not sure if those are related incidents. And Mosteller has closed up the lead, now down to 0.1 of a second. Wonder if those cars being crashed had anything to do with it, or if Mosteller was just saving a little bit, trying to build another run. Let his tires cool down. Ten laps to go here at Indianapolis. Jung has the lead, Mosteller in second, and Mateo Mitchell in third. Mitchell not quite close enough to become a part of this battle unless Jung and Mosteller really start getting side by side and slowing each other down. Although it has caught up to about a second. Was a little bit further back than that a couple laps ago, so making some progress. The gap for the lead starting to shrink very slightly into 1 and 2. It seems like Debo's has the advantage through 1 and 2, but Jung has the advantage through 3 and 4, so the gap is kind of stabilizing. Though a lot closer now down the back straightaway than the last couple laps. Jung going to run a little bit high. Going to be some clean air on the front end of that 87 machine. Looks to the outside. Not quite able to get there, but that is the closest he has been in the last several laps. Jung must have had a big slip up heading into turn 3 to leave that much room for Mosteller. And there's still nose to tail. Mitchell getting to 0.7 of a second from that lap. The leaders must have lost a lot of time. And Jung gets sideways heading off of turn 2. Mosteller going to get to the outside, and we're going to be side by side for the lead. Mosteller in control and Jung falling back to second. The handling looking like it's going away for that 20 machine as Mosteller gets the lead. Matteo Mitchell is starting to come into the picture. Does he have anything for Mosteller and Jung? A lot larger of a gap back to Cameron Face, who is a whole 2.8 seconds behind the leaders. So it looks like it's going to be the battle reserved for just these 3 cars. Jung dropping all the way back to a half a second. Hits the wall again. That car is really fading. Mitchell looks to the inside, trying to complete the pass for second. Got to get loose from the dirty air from the 20 machine. Mitchell trying to complete the pass. Jung putting up a fight. They're going to be side by side. Actually gets single file. So Matteo Mitchell up to second. But he lost a lot of time to Mosteller while fighting with Jung through 3 and 4 that time. Jung's still on his tail. That 20 car just really fell off a cliff. And they're all hitting the wall behind them. So Demo's back to the point. Has about 1.2 seconds to Matteo Mitchell. Unless we get a caution here, it's really going to be smooth sailing for the driver of that number 87 machine. Looking back through the field, we have Cameron Face in 4th, Dylan Harverton in 6th, Jacob Clarino in 5th, Ricky Madonka in 7th, Mason Thompson in 8th in that 84 machine. And Thompson's going to get sideways coming off of turn 2. Livin Van Leer in 9th, and then Aaron May back in 10th. It's a pretty good recovery from that crash on lap 1. Demo still has the lead. The gap pretty much stabilized from where it was the last several laps. Coming to the line to take 4 laps to go. Don't think Matteo Mitchell really has anything for him. Just a little bit too far back to make a move unless Demos makes a big mistake. Coming to take 3 laps to go. Some lap cars in front of him. Not sure if they're close enough to play a factor in the finish. Forgot where those lap cars are. It's Brian Post and Shiboda. They're in front of Mosteller. Matteo Mitchell gets sideways coming off of turn 2. These guys are going slow enough that Demos might catch them. It's just going to depend on where he gets them at or if they get out of the way, because these guys are bouncing off the wall pretty much every corner. Mosteller is there. Mitchell lost about 0.3 of a second coming off of 2 that lap. Can Demos get around these lap cars cleanly? Looks to the inside. The 32 throws a little bit of a block there. That's going to slow Demos down a little bit. Post gets out of the way, and that's going to be one of the last major obstacles between Mosteller and the victory here at Indy. Down the back straightaway. Going to be taking the white flag at the line. And they are bumping into each other behind. Post and Shibota making a lot of contact. The 19 is backwards in the exit of 2. That's Mazelewski. Actually, that's turn 4. Not sure what's happening there. And the white flag is out. One more time around for Daniel Mosteller here at Indy. Into turns 1 and 2. For the final time. Clean track in front of him and clean track behind. Down the back straightaway. The gap growing to 2 seconds between him and Matteo Mitchell. Into turns 3 and 4. Past the grandstands. To the front straightaway. Gonna start from the pole, and he's gonna win from the pole. Daniel Mosteller putting on a clinic here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. And Mosteller now a 2-time winner on Super Nitro. Well, a lot of crashes to start this race, but a good green flag run to the finish. Put up a good fight. Matteo Mitchell going to finish 2nd. Jordan Jung going to finish 3rd. All 3 of them getting points for our summer championship. Looks like Clarino got all the way up to the 4th position. Must have gotten around Cameron Face in the closing laps. So Daniel Mosteller victorious from Indianapolis. Probably the calmest finish we've had on the night. So we're going to watch him do his burnout. Daniel Mosteller victorious once again. Sammy's doing an impressive burnout down the front straightaway here at Indy over the yard of bricks. Well, not sure if Demos wants an interview. I think we're just going to move on to the next race. Oh, you do have him here. Demos, it's LDogg in the booth. You got me?
Yeah, I do.
A little more anticlimactic of a finish by Nitro standards, but still an impressive run out of you to get the victory here at Indy. You got any thoughts about the way that race played out?
I wasn't a fan of it. Dirty Air is obviously very bad here, so when I saw this on the schedule, I kind of thought to myself, whoever got the pole was going to win the race. So when I got the pole, I thought, oh, I'm going to win the race pretty easily, but Jordan did a good job timing that one restart there, and I got behind him, and it really wasn't that fun following in the Dirty Air, but I think I had a bit of a pace advantage over everybody in the field, so I was kind of able to make up for the Dirty Air there, and I got close enough, and he finally slipped up into a mistake, and I was able to get by. I know the finishes in here are usually super awesome, so it kind of sucked to pass him with like 10 to go or whatever it was, and then drive away by like 2 seconds. But it was still a fun battle for the win. A lot better than I had envisioned when I signed up for this.
I think we could safely say we're probably never going to do that again for a while, because that was... The amount of crashing was pretty bad.
Yeah, I definitely agree. It's on top of it being hard again. The 30 years is so bad. It's just I don't really know. It's just it's frustrating to drive, and it's probably frustrating to watch too. So I'm glad to hear that this is not coming back for a while.
Well, I mean, when I picked it, I figured it was Brickyard Week and that it would just be like maybe not a barn burner of a race, but I figured it would be at least half decent. I didn't think it would be us tearing up half the field and having cars die off of the pit attenuator on lap 1. Which
I did not see that part. I did not see that, no.
In the back on that first crash, I think it was the 93 car. He got turned, spun in a circle, and hit the pit wall with his driver's side so hard he flipped in the air several times and then landed upside down in the middle of the track.
Oh my gosh, that's not good.
I mean, definitely added on to the kind of... Actually, I'm not even going to go around it. That was a dumpster fire of a race.
Yeah, it was still fun. I mean, the first two are really good, so it's hard to live up to the third one, obviously. But if you're going to where I think you're going for the fourth race, I think that will be very fun.
We were doing O'Reilly at Dega for 25
Thank goodness.
laps.
Okay, there you go. That's a good bounce back race. That should be fun.
Actually, speaking of super speedways, what did you think of the package we used for the 87s?
Who made it? So that's gonna determine like how I critique it.
Ingram
Me.
made it.
It wasn't horrible. It was something different. I wasn't the biggest fan of it, but at least it drove like decent enough to where it wasn't like garbage. So I think for what it was worth, it was okay. But I would have loved to just see the normal 87s package at Daytona. But like again, it wasn't bad by any means. I thought it was a change, something different.
We never tested it at Daytona. We did test it at Talladega, but that was only with 5 cars, so it's a lot better at Talladega. It's way less tight.
Like that's good to know, because like when I was driving that, I was like lifting off like I would do for like the normal 87s, and that was like I was significantly slower on the like in the corners. Like again, that's better for tire wear, but unfortunately we don't get super duper long runs obviously on super speedways, and then the one long run we had I got wrecked. So I would be interested to see that at Daytona. I wouldn't hate it, but I still personally prefer the typical 87th package that iRacing has.
Oh, we've tried it before and everybody wrecked. So
Okay.
it's just one of those things, I think.
Definitely.
Well, still glad to see you here, starting to win. I think you got points in 2 of the 3 races we've done tonight, so that's good for you to have a shot to make up some ground here towards the end of our summer series.
I have no idea what that is, but that's awesome.
Well, we're doing it. You get points for finishing in the top 3 positions.
Okay. I see.
There should be a channel
think
in
I-
Discord that has the points.
I think I saw that. I was a little confused on what that was, but that's good to know.
Well, I wanted to do points, but I didn't want to have to do a bunch of math, so I just said only do top 3, so I didn't have to do as much work, but still do the same thing.
Yeah. That's good though. It's 2 out of the 3, and then I don't know what the 4th race that will pan out, but hopefully a little better than Daytona. That'd be great.
Well, the session for race 4 up now. A little bit just ready to get on to the next one after that last race went. You got any game plan for this one, or are you just gonna go out and win it?
Well, the goal is to obviously win it. I I don't know. I need to see how many people are in the race. That's gonna determine how I like attack it. If there's like over 25 cars, I'm probably gonna chill towards the back. That's kind of what I normally do. If it's I'll let you in on my secrets for super speeder racing. If it's like a longer race, like 50 laps, I typically chill for the first 25, 30-ish and kind of let the field die out for a bit, and then I go for the final 20. Same case for I guess like bigger fields. I try to chill in the back and let everyone wreck each other, and then go to the front. So that's kind of my game plan. If there's not like a super, I don't know. I might chill regardless. That's a lot of words.
So that's why you start in the back every race.
Okay, so I start in the back because on the super speedways, everybody complains when I go out and lead every single lap. That happened a lot in asphalt media, and that started my whole like I'm just starting in the back no matter what now, because like everybody complained when I would lead every single lap from pole, and it got old very fast.
Well, I mean, you got to keep it interesting for everybody watching.
Yeah, that too. That too. But at the end of the day, I still want to win because winning is fun no matter how it is.
Looks
Never
like
know
we're
when
gonna
the
have a
last
pretty
is.
decent field here to finish off the night.
Is it up already?
Should be.
iRacing UI is being really slow.
Yeah, there is 15 people in there already, so I guess who will be in the back? Me.
Well, thanks for coming up here and giving us an interview. Always happy to have you up in the booth.
And no worries, man. Thank you very much.
So moving on to race 4. Had 20 likes on the stream to get here, so always happy to put on an extra run when we got the viewership to back it up. Any expectations for you, Ingram?
No, it's Talladega, so.
Yeah, sounds about right. It appears we have lots of beef happening in general. I'm not sure what is going on, and I will probably be informed after the stream is over.
Look at the thing I sent in general.
That's oh my goodness. That's bad.
Bro, why does iRacing have nothing, like no restrictions on what you can say in a hosted
I have
name?
no idea.
Like, they need to do that.
Maybe they thought, oh, it's a card game. People want to say crazy stuff like that. That's pretty bad. Well, loading into the session here at Talladega, going to be going SimSide shortly. Just hoping to have a better finish off for the night. I'm glad we have a race 4 to rebound from what the just disaster that was Indy. Definitely not going to be doing that track again. Maybe an IndyCar at some point, but most likely never in a NASCAR again.
In ARCA, it's pretty fun.
It just seemed like everybody wasn't driving the track the way you could, and I think the shorter race didn't help either.
Yeah, like, if I didn't get wrecked a bunch, I probably could have maybe contended.
Well, there was the one, I think it was the second, like the one restart. Every single car on the track hit the wall, and then they all bounced into the path of everyone else.
Yeah, I got hit down on the apron. Or not, well, I didn't get hit. I got sideways trying to avoid Jacob. And then slid on to that patch of asphalt coming off of turn 2. And I was trying to come back up before I got the grass. And there's, for whatever reason, a car there.
Yeah, I saw that. That kind of looked, I think that one was on you. Because that guy was just kind of like...
Well,
peacefully
I didn't even know he was there. And if I had driven straight, I would have gone in the grass. So there's really nothing I could do there.
Yeah, it's just one of those situations where there's not really any great options. So practice underway here at Talladega. Got a pretty good field already. A couple more MCM drivers making some starts tonight. You got Bradley Shamela and Mason Lidkey. Logan Bolt currently under a 1-week suspension, so he's not allowed to race tonight, but will be allowed to next week, barring anything crazy.
Good thing I'm not racing next week.
Yeah, Bolt hasn't really been going out and making himself any friends lately.
Ever.
Trying to figure out. A couple cars destroyed on the apron. Wyatt Blair running under the MCM banner for this race in that number 08 machine. Got Bradley Shamela in the number 4. Derek Hitt. It's Austin Mitchell. He's driving a Kyle Busch car, but the ends have, or the M&Ms have 4s on them. I'm not sure what that means. And they're crashing violently. We got Charlie Birch in this race.
It's the owner of my league.
Thought that name sounded familiar. Didn't I try to run a race for you in like a recruitment race for them or something? I feel like I recognize that name. I think I ran a recruitment race with you or something a while ago for that. Or you were trying to get me to. I feel like I've seen him before.
I was in a recruitment race last night that I streamed in here.
Maybe that's what I'm thinking of. Some good looking paint schemes here. Back up to 10 viewers, getting things rocking and rolling for Talladega. Thank you to everybody who tunes into these streams. A lot of good looking race cars in this race too. Like seeing all the different schemes everybody runs. And actually, I just realized I still had the camera on. Never switched back to the sim. I've been going through the camera angles and stuff, and there's been no one here. So here we go. Now you guys can see everybody. Oh, and there's Big Rat.
Oh, what a move by Bradley Shamela.
That took out everybody.
Well, time to kill my car.
Oh, boy. And a huge flip. Looks like 19 cars in the session already. So, going to be a pretty stacked field. Can't remember exactly what happened last time I went to Talladega, but I know it was insane. I think it might have been when you won while there was 2 different trucks flying through the air behind you.
Now, wasn't the last time we did Talladega? Hold on. Last time we did Talladega was with the pack racing setup for the 87s. Unless we did it for a race 4. Which
Were
I
the
think we
admins
did.
not waving people around last race?
I don't know.
Marty said make sure everybody's doing that. Which actually, for this one, I'm going to make you an admin since Aaron's not here.
Yeah.
So just make sure to really just make sure to wave people.
Okay.
No, not him. I hit you.
Mason Lee.
I'm hitting your name. Oh wait.
Click on, or actually select my driver and then do it. There you go.
Okay. Yeah, I just apparently I don't understand how buttons work. Okay, now we got that correct. Not sure if we have any more drivers filing in. We're already pretty much at the end of the practice, so it doesn't even make sense to advance it at this point. Gonna be 25 laps of action here from the Talladega Super Speedway. Condra, Shamela, and Demos all ran a really fast lap while nose to tail, and then nearly wrecked Demos.
Mhm.
These cars are always really fun on the super speedways because you can they are very maneuverable. You can take runs and you can be all over the place. You can run pretty much any lane with this car and there's not really much of a penalty to doing it, which is why it's just a great super speedway car.
Wish the next gen was like that. Hopefully that new aero package will fix it.
I don't know. I want to be optimistic, but I feel skeptical. Whoa, there are a big wreck in 1 and 2. There's just cars everywhere. And Wyatt Blair goes flying into the air. Demos and Bradley Shamela have a horrible collision with the outside wall. And that's going to bring about the end of practice. And Gonzalez upside down in the middle of 1 and 2. And that's going to end practice. Heading on to qualifying. So everybody getting ready to qualify for the final race of the night. Let's see, we got Condra getting ready to do his qualifying lap.
I'm definitely gonna need to get a drink after this. I'm thirsty.
How do you think I'm feeling? I forgot to grab water before this started. Do you think this goes green?
No.
I don't.
Oh
think
yes,
you-
I'm getting the random thing of packet loss.
I hate when
Oh,
that happens.
It'll go away in the second. Like randomly it'll just get packet loss and it won't even be enough to kick me. It'll just go up and then back down.
I've had that before. I remember the first time that happened to me. I was very confused because I wasn't getting kicked from the session, but it was the spotter kept telling me I was having packet loss, and it was driving me insane.
Yeah. I remember I used to run without an Ethernet cable, and it would be really unstable. Like it'd have enough packet loss to kick me. So, there was one time where it was, I think I was doing IndyCar at Talladega, and it was just not cooperating with me. So I went to my dad and said, okay, my iRacing is not stable enough. Can I get the Ethernet cable from that old Chromebook? And so we did and put it in, and it was a lot better.
I've never used an Ethernet cable. I know you're probably supposed to for this, but I've never had any problems with it.
And before I got the cable, I would be blinking out a lot.
Why is Bradley Shamela on the top of the board?
Just wait.
Not usually one I have pegged as a top qualifier. It is only for the first lap. Not sure if he'll be able to maintain that for the second lap. All the way down to the apron. Already drops back to the third position. And Austin Rez going to be on the pole for the moment. Benjamin Shaboda behind. Mateo Mitchell up to third. Scratch that. Ingram up to third. So still 19 cars. Looking like 19 going to start the race.
Oh, I set the exact same time as Mateo.
Wow. Oh, and Jordan Jung to the top of the board. Condra just upside down at 1 and 2. And Brian Post's going to take it as well. Everybody wants to be on the pole for this race. Why is Condra upside down? How did he get there?
I'm not sure. Anyway, I'm gonna head back to the VC.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's take a look what happened to Condra for a moment. I just destroyed his car to finish his qualifying run. Well, that is everybody. So Brian Post going to start on the pole with Jordan Jung to his outside to make up the front row. Well, here we go. Final race of the night. A bonus race because we hit 20 likes. It's been a good night. A little bit of a chaotic race at Indy, but we're heading to Talladega, where always puts on a good show for the fans. Still have 4 people tuned into the stream. A decent field here for all 3 races tonight. I think we topped out at 22 cars in race 3. And Brian Post to lead us to green for the final race of the night. Well, here we go. The field in turns 1 and 2, following the pace truck. Post going to lead us to green. He has Jordan Jung to his outside, Austin Rez behind him, and Zachary Mers in fourth. A lot of heavy hitters at the front here when it comes to super speedway racing. Gotta be interesting to see who's able to come out on top. Race number 4 gonna get underway. The field heading through turn 4. Down the front straightaway. The pace truck gonna retreat to the safety of pit road. The field in the hands of Brian Post. Into the tri-oval we go. 2 by 2. Into the restart zone. Here we go. Green flag racing from Talladega. A little bit of a checkup at the front there on the start. Gets everybody bumper to bumper. They're going to keep it straight. Condra immediately to the top side with help from Austin Mitchell. They're going to try to form a third lane. Side by side at the front, Brian Post has control. Going to get a push from Rez. Van Leer, Mitchell, and Condra all trying to work that top side already. So we head down the back straightaway for the first time. A little bit of jockeying for position at the front. Mostly clean throughout the field. Now Mateo Mitchell leading that top lane. They don't quite have the cars they need to get up to the front, but they're already trying to get there. And a little bit of a shuffling on the bottom. One car going to get stuck on the inside. And now 3 wide throughout most of the field. Jordan Jung going to throw the block at the front. And contact made, and Austin Mitchell is around. Right in the front of the field. He's going to tag the 93 of Rez. Wyatt Blair spinning through the grass as well, and we're going to have an early caution at Talladega. Trying to figure out where that started. It looked like Mitchell just shot down to the inside of the track. He was up at the front, had him in the second position before the caution came out. Taking a look at the replay. Oh, looks like Lidkey just gives Mers a bad push. Mitchell, the unfortunate bystander there, and he gets T-boned by Rez with nowhere to go. They make contact, spinning around. That really separated the field, so the admins threw the caution. And look at the air Wyatt Blair gets driving through the infield grass. My goodness. Looks like he hit the access road, and that thing went flying through the air. All 4 tires off the ground as he's driving through the grass. That was a huge hit to the access road. That thing is just a ramp, and then he got out of control. Saw him sliding and was wondering how he got there since he didn't really have any damage. So he just hit the ground and went flying. So back live under caution for the first time. Everyone's still in contention due to the fast repairs, and that really wasn't that bad of a crash, considering some of the crashes we've seen tonight. A couple cars headed down pit lane already. either fix damage or change their tires. Rez with quite a bit of damage on that front end. So here we are, under caution once again. I think the pace car has probably led the most laps out of anybody tonight. Seeing it lead the field quite a bit. Yeah, this is the last race of the night. The field 2x2 once again. We're going to go green this time by. Coming around to complete lap 4 of 25. Post to the outside, Jung to the inside. Lidkey in third and Birch in fourth. The pace truck pulls off onto pit road. And we are going to be racing once again here from Talladega. Into the trial we go. 2x2 to the restart zone. Green flag back out in the air. Jordan Jung leads us back to green at Talladega. Like Livin Van Leer jumped the start and got to the 3 wide in the back of the field. Still 3 wide, trying to figure that out. Jung has control. Got Lidkey behind him on the bottom lane. Brian Post leading that outside line and mostly single file throughout the field. Got Hayslip leading the tail end of that top line. They're trying to get linked up with the rest of the top line. Jung going to throw a block on the top. Lidkey gets a push from Condra. They're going to have some momentum. You got Ingram fourth in line on the bottom as well. The top line fades a bit in turns 3 and 4, but they're probably going to get some momentum down the front straightaway. Does Lidkey go up to the top? Looks like he thinks about it but stays in line. Mers and Mitchell trying to form the third lane. Not quite able to do anything. Made up about a row, but still not able to get up to the front yet. Looks like they had Hayslip join the line for a moment. Mitchell aggressively all over the bumper of Zachary Mers. Jung gonna throw a block. Lidkey not on the track. Everybody able to keep it straight. And some very aggressive racing at the front here. 2x2 through most of the field. Still got one car on the third lane. He's gonna pop into line. Jordan Jung playing the role of the Pied Piper, leading us around Talladega. He's working both lanes, trying to block their momentum. And contact is going to be made, and Lidkey goes around. Everyone taking evasive action, and that is going to destroy the field. That was a big wreck behind them. See, Shibota destroyed. Post also got into it. I think Birch might have gotten some damage as well. Lidkey spun from the front of the field, and that took out a lot of cars. Gonna have to take a look at the replay for that one. See, Lidkey was at the front. I think he was second in line, I believe. And I'm not sure how that started. Oh, looks like Post just gets a bad push or something. And then Birch gets hooked by Condra at the same time. And Post just goes around the front of the field, catches the front end of Mateo Mitchell. Birch starts spinning down the track. I think he catches a couple other cars. Actually, mostly everyone able to make it through. Only 3 cars really involved in that accident. Everyone doing a good job of taking evasive action. Just want to get another look at that to see how that started. I just don't understand what got them all out of control there. Because it looks like Birch does give a bad push. And then I don't know if he's just following the 64, because he comes down right into Condra. And I think that's what turns around that 88 car. And then just right in front of the field, everyone on the apron. Lucky no one else spun out into that. Mostly able to make it through clean. Did have to throw the caution because that happened right at the front of the field. Could have been significantly worse. So here we are under caution once again. A lot of cautions tonight. Might be time to invest in a new caution counter for each stream, so we can keep track of how many we've been having. Single file behind the pace truck. I believe it's gonna be 1 to green this time by. Field working their way through turns 3 and 4. And they are going to 1 to green this time. So here we go. Ready to get the green flag back out in the air. Still a lot of cars left and a lot of racing to go in this one to determine our winner. 2 by 2 they go into the front stretch. Jordan Jung to the inside, Elliott Condra to the outside. The green flag is back out in the air. We are racing at Talladega again. Jung with another good restart. Has help from Mateo Mitchell. Still double file through most of the field. Condra has help from the 01 of Ingram. Those two work together very well on these super speedways. Mateo Mitchell giving a good push to Jung down the back straightaway. Jung gonna get to the outside to block the run. Gets the push from Condra. There's 3 wide behind. Looks like Hayslip's gonna be put in the middle. He's gonna aggressively cut down in front of Bradley Shamela. Nearly causes an accident, but everyone's able to keep it straight, and that spreads out the back half of the field. And Van Leer and Mers trying to get that top lane going once again. Haven't had much success so far in this race, but they are still working at it. And Ingram goes to the top side. Jung throws the block, not able to get there. Back down to the bottom goes Jung, blocking the bottom lane. He's going to get a push from Condra. Wyatt Blair up on the top. He's going to try to push Ingram. Everybody nose to tail, giving each other shoves down the back straightaway. Trying to build up that momentum in your lane. Jung has the lead still. No one has been quite able to get to him yet. And up to the top he goes once again. And he's going to get trapped 3 wide middle. That is not what he wanted, the position he wanted to be in. Going to have no help there. Contact made. Livin Van Leer goes around in the middle of the pack, and that's going to take out everybody once again. And a huge hit for one of those cars. Not sure who that was. Somebody had a horrible collision with the outside wall. I believe it's Brian Post. And he clobbers the inside wall as well. That's going to be the end of his night. Taking a look at the replay. They all started bouncing off each other when they got 3 wide. I think Van Leer thought he was clear to go to the middle when he just wasn't. And then not sure who got hooked. Actually, that was Zachary Mers that got hooked into the outside wall. And that was a huge hit. Almost flipped over. Destroyed the back end of that 39 machine. Post took a huge shot into the outside wall from the 88 of... Not sure who the 88 is. I believe it's... Not sure who the 88 is, honestly. Either way, that destroyed the entire field once again. And putting us back under caution for the second time in this race. And that gives Condra the lead. Jung just threw one too many blocks on that top lane, and Ingram wasn't having any of it. And went to the inside, or to the outside, excuse me, and made it 3 wide. Still got a lot of cars in the pits after that crash. Looks like Birch had to back out of his pit stall. So under caution again. Gonna be less than 10 laps to go when we do go back green. With Elliot Condra leading the field now. Jung all the way back to the 5th position. But you know he's going to be aggressive getting back to the front of the field. Working our way around Talladega. They have been very aggressive with the blocks up at the front, and it's just been catching up to them. You can only throw so many blocks here before it causes an accident. We got Elliot Condra in the lead, Chase Ingram in second, Mateo Mitchell in third, Austin Mitchell in fourth, and Jordan Jung in fifth. And now we take the one to green. The field getting 2x2 once again. Headed down the Alabama Gang super stretch. Actually going to be 10 laps to go. I thought there'd be less when we got back green, but it's going to be 10 to go at the line. Now it's time to be aggressive and get yourself in position to try to win this race. Still might be some cautions in front of us, but it really is go time. Just not a lot of time to wait around in the back anymore. Going to be interesting to see if they can get that third lane forming. We've been seeing Mers and Van Leer try it all night so far. Haven't quite been able to get it to work, but they've only had 2 or 3 cars max up there, so if they can get a couple more, they could be in a good spot. Here we go. The pace truck to the pit lane. Condra leading the field into the tri-oval. Into the restart zone they go. The green flag is back out, and we are racing once again. Pretty even on the start for Condra and Ingram. Ingram might have a little bit of an advantage, but Condra is there. Both of them getting aggressively pushed from the guys in the second row. A little bit of more organized on that bottom. They got 4 cars nose to tail. Ingram gets a little bit of a bad push. He gets kind of out of control. One car looked to the third lane, not quite able to do anything. And the pack is splitting in 2. Mitchell looks to the outside of 3 wide, and Ingram's going to get clear of the bottom. Still 4 cars nose to tail on that bottom line. Into the tri-oval. Once again, coming to 9 laps to go. Ingram has control. Condra behind him, and Lidke forced onto the apron down the front straightaway. Hayslip gets shoved out of line. He's going to get back in there. Now only 3 cars in the top line. Everyone else single file. Jung looks like he's thinking about going to the top. Ends up back on the bottom. Hayslip and Freeberg up at the third lane. They're trying to make something happen. And single file for the first 4 or 5 cars in line. And then 3 wide behind them. We got a 4-car breakaway at the front now. Those guys behind them are going to have to work together if they want a chance to have a shot to win this thing. Gonna be 8 laps remaining. Now only 2 cars in the breakaway. Side by side for the 3rd position. Jung going to get a huge shot from Austin Mitchell in the 54. And they're going to push Mateo Mitchell. That outside lane's going to have a huge head of steam down the back straightaway. Very aggressive with the pushes, but it is working. Getting all the way to the rear quarter panel of Condra, and they're going to get to his door. Now to his outside, Mateo Mitchell to the lead. Only going to be 7 laps to go at the line. Getting a little swirly through the tri-oval. Everyone aggressively changing lanes from the top to the bottom. Darkness starting to descend over the Alabama Super Speedway of Talladega. Jung now has the lead, has help from Austin Mitchell. Those two working together. You got Demos and Lieben van Leer second and third in the top lane. They're starting to work together. They got Rez behind them. Very organized at the front of the field, and Mateo Mitchell's going to get turned. And a big wreck happens behind them. And that is going to take out the entire main pack. Bradley Shamela destroyed. Luigi Diaz-Gonzalez also destroyed. I think Hayslip got a piece of that. Mitchell destroyed. Condra involved as well, and they're still wrecking down the front straightaway. Stella able to make it through unscathed. Ingram caught a piece of it. Gotta take a look at how that started. Hayslip's car with pretty significant damage to the wheels, so he might have to use his fast repair if he hasn't already. Not sure if Mitchell threw a block or if I'm not sure if Mateo Mitchell threw a block or if Austin Mitchell just got too aggressive with the side draft. Kind of looks like the 82 comes down the track right as the 54 goes up. And that's all it took to spin him out. Condra makes contact with the front end of Mitchell's car. Rez has nowhere to go when Ingram comes up the track. And then there they go. The entire top lane gets wiped out in this accident. Then they start coming down the track. Bradley Shamela with nowhere to go. And then this wreck just keeps going for a really long time. Looks like Birch is still out of control, makes contact with him. And then Freeberg just piles into Gonzalez way after the fact. Birch makes contact with Rez. I don't know if they're having some beef. And then they pile into the inside wall very far after the fact. Not quite sure what that was about. But a bad block just sends it all out of control, and we're back under caution. Not going to be many laps left here. Might even go into overtime. Or at least going to be 3 laps to go, I believe. So, no time left here at Talladega. If you're going to make a move, you got to make it now. Been some very good racing so far in this one. Just some very aggressive blocking, causing some crashes to take everybody out. So Jordan Jung with the lead once again. He's led the large majority of this race, looking for redemption after the Indianapolis race. as the sun's starting to set and it's getting very dark over the track. I think we're going to be one to green this time by. Oh, Jung gonna get into the door of Van Leer. Not sure what happened there. It looked like they were both following the pace truck right as it went to the middle of the track. Going to be 3 laps to go at the line. Still 17 cars on the lead lap. Any one of them have a shot to win. Into turns 3 and 4. Coming to 3 laps to go. The pace truck pulls off into pit lane. Side by side into the tri-oval. Gonna try to finish this one under green. Into the restart zone they go. Green flag is back out. Jordan Jung gonna lead us back to green, and we got trouble behind them. Austin Mitchell and Xander Hayslett make contact far enough in the back to keep it green. Jordan Jung has the lead, and Daniel Mosteller second in line behind him. The pack very spread out after that restart. Van Leer gets a run. Jung throws the block. They're going to be nose to tail on the top lane. Mosteller falling back, having no help. Van Leer trying to get to the inside there for a moment, and he's just going to push Jordan Jung way out ahead of everybody else. And 5 cars nose to tail at the front of the field. 5, 6, maybe even 7 cars single file at the front of the field now. Not much of a pack behind them, as we only have 2 laps to go. Who's going to be the first one to jump out of line and make the move? Ingram looks to the inside. Van Leer throws the block. Van Leer into the wall. Wyatt Blair goes around. Everybody keeps it straight, and now Jordan Jung all by himself at the front of the field. All these cars behind him are going to come to his bumper at a high rate of speed. He has no drafting help at all. Into the tri-oval, coming to take the white flag. Jung has no help. He got too far out there. Chase Ingram going to get turned. Jung going to get turned. Contact being made. Jung hard into the outside wall. Zachary Murr's going to have a hard hit as well. Condra to the outside of Lidke now for the lead. Mateo Mitchell behind them. Mosteller giving the push to Condra. 3 cars nose to tail for the lead. Mateo Mitchell to the inside. He's going to get to the bumper of Condra. Door to door with that 87 machine of Mosteller. And Mason Lidke slams into the back of Mateo Mitchell. He's going to give him a push. Mosteller heads to the inside. It's going to be door to door with Condra the Tri-Oval. Who's going to get there side by side? And Elliot Condra is going to get it by 3/1000ths of a second. What a win. Actually, 2/1000ths. A photo finish at the line and Elliot Condra victorious at Talladega. What a finish. They were crashing at the front. Everyone got spread out, and somehow Condra able to hold off Mosteller. What a finish. Can't even do a burnout because of how destroyed his car is. And it looks like we have Condra in the booth. What a finish. Beat him by about an inch.
Yeah, barely. That was a bit of a dirty. I thought he was going lower. I kind of doored him there. I didn't mean to do that, but I guess it kind of worked. The entire last lap, I thought he was going to have a better run. I thought it was going to be over by turn 3, to be honest. But it was a great race there at the end.
A little bit chaotic with all those blocks Van Leer and Jung were throwing.
Yeah.
At the front of the field.
I think, yeah, there was some guys up front that got sick of that. I think that's the thing that happened with 2 to go, and then the stuff that happened with 1 to go.
Well, congratulations on the win. That's your first win in a little while on here. Do you have any last thoughts about that before we kind of close off the stream for the night?
You know, I'm amazed that we were able to go 4 wide on the backstretch there with 2 to go. We were like 4 or 5 wide.
I don't
all
think
the way down
Mateo
the back.
Mitchell was on the track at all.
Yeah, no. Into turn 3 coming to the white flag, we were 4 wide. On the backstretch, I believe we got 5.
Yeah, that finish was so close. You were like half a car length behind Demos by the time we got to the cone at the end of the pit exit.
Yeah, again, that was kind of a dirty door on my part. I didn't mean to do that. I was trying to get down there and side draft him and got into his door. But before that, that was just crazy racing. Coming like on the last lap, to be honest, all the way down the back stretch and into 3, I was just dragging brake to try to keep him stacked up behind me. And it almost cost the race there.
It definitely ended up working out in the end. Got him by 2/1000ths. I don't know how much that comes out to you, but it's got to be about an inch. Looking at some
Something
of the
like that,
pictures
that
they're
was
sending in general.
wild.
My goodness. Well, congrats on the win. I think that's how we're going to shut off the stream for the night. Thank you, everybody who tuned in. We will be back again next week for another edition of Nitro Night. Still go out to figure out the schedule for that. As always, feel free to join the Discord if you'd like to become a part of the series. And just thank you for all the support everyone's been giving us on the streams. And we will see you next time.